crucial to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriati, NPN number 2083768.
Epic parties start at Staples. Now you can grab Party City balloons, decorations, and tableware, plus matching custom invites, banners, and more right at Staples. That was easy.
To an end after losing to Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton in a primary runoff election comes after President Trump endorsed Paxton last week, calling him a true MAGA warrior. Paxton acknowledged him last night.
And then there's one person who I think you might know. President Donald J. Trump.
President Trump will meet with his cabinet today. The conflict with Iran expected to be a major topic. Fox's Ashley Webster.
U.S. Central Command saying that they launched these so-called defensive strikes to protect U.S. troops from Iranian forces. Later in the day, CENTCOM gave out a statement with more explanation saying, quote, targets included missile launch sites and Iranian boats.
America's listening to Fox News.
The Bloomberg Market Minute brought to you by Monastra Financial Group. Guidance you can trust.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Any fan of 80s sci-fi films can tell you that plutonium is powerful stuff. And now the U.S. government wants to put its supply to a different use than its original intention. The Energy Department is planning to distribute plutonium left over from Cold War-era weapons to commercial nuclear energy developers. Oklo Inc. and 4 closely held companies have been selected for negotiations to participate in the program to supply almost 20 metric tons of weapons-grade plutonium that can be converted into reactor fuel. European aircraft maker Airbus is looking at becoming a Canadian aircraft maker also. It's considering a plan to build helicopters in Canada for global export if it wins upcoming government contracts. Airbus is trying to score 3 major helicopter projects in Canada, including for the Canadian Armed Forces, the Canadian Coast Guard, and the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. Airbus currently sells its helicopters to 170 countries around the world. Andrew O'Day, Bloomberg Radio.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
For decades, Morgan & Morgan has represented hundreds of thousands of people at their hour of need. Injuries on the job, car crashes, medical malpractice, and nursing home abuse, Social Security claims, dangerous drugs, and dangerous products. We became America's largest injury firm for a reason, and no firm is even close. Then we got to thinking, what if we could prevent these terrible events before they occurred? So we built the AI-powered People Protector. Simply visit peopleprotector.com and type in the product you have questions about before you buy it. Children's toys and accessories, cars, drugs, products, you name it, we got it. With our success, we decided to pay it forward for all of America. Our way of saying thank you for your trust all these years. Morgan & Morgan, protecting America. And if you've already been injured, just visit us at forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, 2005 Market Street, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat.
I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. MLB All-Star Week is taking over Philly, and you can get in on the fun at Capital One All-Star Village. Test your skills, grab Philly bites, and meet legends. July 11th to the 14th at the Pennsylvania Convention Center. Get tickets at allstargame.com. MLB trademarks used with permission.
The Padres visit Philly for what's sure to be a fun midweek series on Tuesday, June 2nd and Wednesday, June 3rd, both at 6:40, and Thursday, June 4th at 1:05. Don't miss out. Secure your seats now at Phillies.com.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
Picking out an engagement ring can be terrifying. You're searching for the ring, but have no idea where to start. Go to Family & Company Jewelers in Marlton. The team, especially JR, makes it easy. No pressure, just real help from someone who cares. They break down diamonds, styles, and what actually matters. Their selection is huge. Every shape, size, and price range. You leave confident, not overwhelmed. When it comes to finding the ring, there's only one place to go. Family & Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
This is Mike Quick. PDQ POS is the MVP of point-of-sale solutions. Easy to use with the best support in the industry. And it doesn't take a bite out of your sales with costly fees. It's the choice of all concept food service businesses across the country. PDQ POS has real-time analytics and insights to evaluate your team and your play caller. PDQ POS has been rated the #1 point of sale by restaurant owners for more than 35 years. So don't wait. Make the switch. PDQ POS today. Visit pdqpos.com.
It's that time of year to address some of those nagging projects around the house you've been putting off. If replacing your home's old drafty windows and doors is on your to-do list, then you need to call my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida will help you get your project started with 20% off all windows and doors and letting you start your project today with no money out of pocket. And once your new high-quality windows and doors have been expertly installed, you'll have up to 3 full years to pay them off interest-free. So you'll be able to start enjoying all the benefits of new energy-efficient windows and doors, including increased comfort level of your home and lowered monthly energy bills, while having the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. For full details, call Guida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go.
go. Live on a Wednesday morning, May 27th. Yes, indeed, it is Kayal and Company. Right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps. And, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube. 855-839-1210. That is the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal. Don Stenzelin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Jimmy Kelly, the associate producers. On this Hump Day Wednesday, a ton of good stuff to get into over the next 4+ hours. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning.
Gregory.
What is the sleep time sweet spot that's linked to healthy aging and all in all, a better life? The sweet spot for sleeping. It's somewhere between what Dawn and I get and what Nick Kayal gets. Turns out that 6.4 to 7.8 hours of sleep a night is ideal.
Say that again.
6.4 to 7.8 hours of sleep a night might be ideal.
Okay.
Too little sleep can be harmful for your health in the long run. That's Dawn and I. But a sweeping study suggests that too much sleep also may not be ideal. That's Nick Kayal.
Right.
It's associated with accelerated aging in nearly every organ in the body.
Okay.
But before you nap lovers lose it, the researchers emphasize that the amount of sleep each person needs varies based on genetics, environment, lifestyle, and other factors. Some people need 6 hours, while others need 9. The new research published in the Journal of Nature on May 13th does suggest that there's a sweet spot between 6.4 and 7.8 hours of sleep a night. People who hit that amount had better functioning of the immune system, brain, and heart, as well as other organs when measured on the molecular level.
How about that?
Yeah.
All right. Well, 6.47.
It's the Goldilocks phenomenon.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
And you are Goldilocks.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
So fitting.
So 6.4 to 7.8. We'll go right in the middle. That's 7.2. No, it's 7.1. So 1/10 of an hour is 6 minutes. So I usually get up at 4:30 a.m. The alarm goes off at 4:30. So the peak sleep time for me would be 9:24 p.m. to 4:30 a.m. That doesn't include
the nap.
Oh, God.
So you're saying I should omit the nap and just keep going?
Yes.
Keep going until it's time to crash.
Help St. Christian clean the house, do some laundry, some vacuuming, or maybe golf.
Or maybe golf. Thank you, Don.
The study's researchers uses sophisticated statistical models to determine that both too much and too little sleep are associated with molecular changes consistent with accelerated aging. Isn't this basically science? Like where they're like, too much of this is bad, but too little of this is also bad.
So moderation is the key to life.
This is something that will kill you. This is also something that will kill you if you do too much of it.
Well, I mean, just think about it. Sometimes, let's say the weather's crappy and you go to bed early. And you get 9.5, 10 hours of sleep, and then you get up, you go to work, and you're like, man, I'm still really tired. Or if you get 4 or 5 hours, like, man, I'm dragging today. Yeah. No crap.
Yeah. How long do you usually nap for?
Oh, it varies. I mean, it could be an hour. To 2 hours and 15 minutes.
2 hours and that's basically sleep.
That might be like one day a week, though. Mostly the sweet spot, probably 90 minutes. 75 to 90 minutes.
God, you have nothing going on in your life. It is disgraceful. It's disgraceful.
First world problems.
It's disgraceful.
Could be deemed white supremacy. I'm not really sure.
It is.
But damn, it's good, though. The best is when you get up from the nap and you've got the imprint of the pillow on the face.
Don't you feel like
a little drool out of your mouth, and you don't know if it's like, sometimes I don't know if I'm supposed to be getting up because the alarm will go off. And I'm like, am I going back to work? No. This is the second half of the day.
Don't you feel like dog doo-doo when you get up after sleeping for 2 hours?
Nah, cracking energy drinks, start working on the big take.
That's super healthy for you.
Yeah, baby.
And everything you do in your life is unhealthy.
Only the good die young, Gregory.
Oh, my gosh.
All right, let's go. We have a lot of good stuff to get into today. A big take on the world of everything that I love being ruined by politics. We also had a ton of primaries last night,
and those things don't include his family.
That's correct. We're talking about my true pleasures in life: football, golf, wrestling, combat sports, and how Donald Trump is apparently just once again ruffling feathers because I thought we were past all of this, but maybe not. Republicans continue to roll in primaries when they get the Trump seal of approval. We'll give you those details as to how effective the endorsement is. Also, very interesting story in the Associated Press about schools and the bipartisan push to roll back screens and devices. And also CNBC with a fantastic story for all of you single people, regardless of your generation. Doesn't matter if you're a boomer, an Xer, a millennial, or a Zer. Dateflation.
Oh, boy.
What is the right price to pay for a date and how it's changed over the years? Cut Sheet, Fight Club, and a whole lot more. Let's get down to business. Round number one of the news, 6:06. Never napping, always grinding. The great Dawn Stensland.
Good morning, Kayal and Company News Live. This Wednesday morning, it's a wet, warm Wednesday, 69 degrees right now for your May 27th. We are sponsored by D&K Appliances on this day. Full forecast just ahead as we heat up, but we'll tell you when the humidity drops and when the rain finally goes away. Be safe as you drive in this morning. We have multiple shootings. Police in Delco. I'll start in Delaware County. They're investigating a shooting that has left a man hospitalized. Officers responding to the intersection of Frank Young Ave and 5th Street. This is Chester. Just after dinner time, one man shot and was taken to the hospital. And this morning, he's in critical condition. They say that they located a dark-colored sedan, multiple bullet holes in the windshield about 2 miles away. And so they say that vehicle is definitely connected to the shooting. But we don't have much more than that. No arrests have been made in this. No descriptions, if you're going to ask.
A male, possibly white.
So we have police trying to figure out, and they are investigating this one, a 17-year-old boy shot in the stomach inside a home. This is South Philadelphia. This happened last night, about 7:30 last night, 2600 block of South 9th Street. Officers responding. They were called to the scene, and they found the teenager upstairs in a bedroom. They say the teenager was visiting a 16-year-old who lives at the home, by the way. So police say the two teens... The wording is they gained access to a gun owned by an adult.
Gained access.
Yeah.
Broke into. Stole.
Well, I don't know if it's an adult who lives in the home. So
could be an irresponsible gun owner.
Could it be the 16-year-old? Yeah. Could it be the 16-year-old's parent?
Yeah.
Weapon discharge hitting the teen in the stomach. Sounds like boys, however they gained access to the gun, playing with the gun. And the victim rushed to Jefferson, where he is, if they're saying amazingly, even though he's in critical condition, shot in the stomach, these miracle workers at our local hospitals who are kind of like triage MASH units because they know how to treat gunshot wounds, they say that this 17-year-old kid is expected to survive. They were able to save his life.
Do we have a description of the kids?
We do not.
Okay.
A male, possibly white.
Thank you, Nick.
But they're calling this, but
I just connect the dots, fill in the blanks.
So police believe this was accidental, but they've not fully determined exactly how it happened and how these teenagers gained access to the firearm.
Notice the increase in shootings in Dawn's news as the temperature continues to rise.
I know.
Just pick up on that trend as we go along this summer.
For a while, it was actually wonderful, wasn't it? We didn't have these types of shootings for quite some time. So you're right, warming up. We'll take you down the shore. We've been talking about the situation which happened Memorial Day right around sunset, and that boating accident that we talked about. 6 people had been hospitalized, 2 in critical condition. A Memorial Day, accident has now turned into a tragedy, and police confirming a 28-year-old Barnegat man has died from those critical injuries he sustained after that boat crash in the Brant Beach section of Long Beach Township. New Jersey State Police confirming this information. He's identified, the 28-year-old, he's identified as Gunnar Pearson, killed when a boat had struck a channel marker. Remember, we talked about this yesterday.
You have to watch out for those things.
Well, you know what? It happened right around 5:45, 6 o'clock-ish. And I remember so many of us saw the sun come out, and I saw all these people, on social media putting out pictures of, isn't this amazing? The sun comes out. and it was this beautiful sun, and then people were watching the sunset. I wonder, they're boating, they're right there, it's a beautiful evening.
The glare,
and also just, look at that beautiful, distraction.
Yep.
Hit hit a channel marker there right near the marina.
Yeah.
Well, the problem is because we had such a crappy Memorial Day weekend as far as weather goes, that at 3 o'clock or 3:30 on Memorial Day when the sun came out, everybody's like, "Everybody, get in! Everything you need to get in these last 3 hours.
Yep. This is it, folks.
This is it." So everybody jumped in their boats and probably wasn't paying a ton of attention, but. Yeah, as somebody who does boat in that area, like you have to watch out for those things, and sometimes the sun glare is not forgiving.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this is a shore community now. They say they're mourning Pearson's death, and those who knew his family say they're all very experienced boaters, often spent time together on the water. And so this is not somebody who's new to this by any measure. State police saying all six were on board the boat, like I said earlier, at the time of the crash, and it had struck that what's called a day marker in the bay right there, and 2 people, including Mr. Pearson, were thrown into the water, and so they had to be airlifted in critical condition. So the other 4 did suffer non-life-threatening injuries, but they were hospitals. No other names are being released, and as well, we don't know who was the one operating the boat. They're still investigating.
Terrible.
It is. It's just, you think about, like Greg said, a very special weekend together. It sounds like they were having a family weekend together, and then this tragedy struck. So New Jersey State Police, they're still doing the updates. We have a Philadelphia story that's now making national news, and you've heard of projects such as Innocent Project. In this one, the headline is that these 3 men who were convicted of murder, sent to prison for nearly 30 years of their lives. I know at least one of them was just 18 at the time, now in his mid-40s. The announcement was made yesterday, they were fully exonerated after a judge threw out their 1997 convictions in the stabbing death of a 73-year-old North Philadelphia woman, grandmother. So 2 of the men, Rashid Smith and Jamal Shuler, they were released from SCI Phoenix. That's the one in Skippack Township here in Pennsylvania. They were already released last night. And a 3rd man, Mark Brittenham, he is, as of last night, as of this morning, remained at SCI in Chester overnight because of what we're being told were some processing delays. But he is expected to be released this morning. So I know at least one of the men, there were, cameras there were TV stations there, etc. His mom was out there hugging him for a reunion, but he's the one, that was Shuler. He was the one who was 18 years old at the time, Jamal Shuler. His mom greeted him. He's now 47.
Wow, can you imagine spending 30 years in jail and then being released
he's 46.
Or exonerated? Wow.
So in this one, what happened here, the judge vacating the convictions after prosecutors and defense attorneys agreed the case had, quote, collapsed. So these men had been found guilty in the murder, the killing of this grandmother in her 70s, Essie Mae Thomas. She had been discovered brutally stabbed to death in her North Judson Street, North Philadelphia home after an attempted burglary. This is November of 1997. So D.A. Krasner saying the original case, and this was Carlos Vega, was then the prosecutor in this case, who is a longtime political foe with Krasner. So people are bringing that up. But the original case, according to Krasner, relied on a single eyewitness who claimed she saw the men on Thomas's porch that night. Prosecutors believe that the murder happened a Saturday night. Independent forensic pathologists hired by both sides had concluded the victim likely died at least 24 hours later than originally stated. So her grandson had found her Monday. And so the timing was in question. And so they're saying that the time of death was wrong. according to DA Larry Krasner, and they're saying the evidence shows that. And this was the Pennsylvania Innocence Project, which started reviewing these cases back in 2009. This was one under review. Now, I will say that they did have things like blood and DNA, let's say tangible evidence that was gathered, that if the family, we haven't heard from, the victim here, from her family. And so from the victim's family, if they say we want some of the DNA tested that what was found at the scene, because we now have new technology, obviously, that's available, that was not available back in 1997.
Sure.
Would they be willing to go back and test any of that, for the family? I have no idea. We don't have the reaction from Miss Essie Mae's family.
A lot of people ask me, they say, Greg, you're very hard on criminals and, you want swift and immediate action. What about cases like this? What about stories like this where, 30 some odd years later, they're found or they've been exonerated for their details? And I say, it's a good point, but I'll take my odds that 99% of the people in prison deserve to be there.
Oh yeah,
and
sure.
need and should have been the subject of a firing squad. So thank you very much. If an innocent victim every now and then is taken out, it's the price you pay.
Yeah, but you know what? Just
Thank you very much.
because the body had perished 24 hours earlier, or Dawn, did you say later? Either way, roughly a day, past or before the crime timeline. Okay, maybe there's reasonable doubt, but there's still a possibility that they did it.
Well, what they're saying here is that these three men could not have done it.
Oh,
because they're saying that even the time frame was completely wrong. So it makes were they there on the porch? An eyewitness identified them, saying they were on her porch.
Okay.
That's one piece of it. However, what they're saying is maybe they're not the guys, but as well, if the time of death was actually Sunday night and not Saturday night, then even if they were on the porch Saturday night, it's irrelevant because they're saying she was alive for 24 hours more.
Okay.
I'll be curious what our road warrior, John, our
general manager,
of our station, what John really thinks about this.
This is also back in the day before there was Ring doorbell cameras and surveillance cameras on every corner. Yeah.
A better time in America.
Yeah,
well,
you could argue that for sure.
I mean, the thing about it is, I will say, if you've ever done those witness, we could do it here. It's amazing how horrible eyewitnesses are, all of us. You think you could describe somebody, but it's quite amazing how many people, you could be in a room and you could say, did you see so-and-so? And they'll describe the person completely wrong.
Right. People are just oblivious in their own little bubble.
So either way any way you look at this, it's a real tragedy. So we have that going on and making major news. Cheltenham High School, this is a shame. This is Cheltenham High School announcing that the 2026 varsity and junior varsity football seasons are canceled.
Uh-oh.
It's an outrage.
And this is fallout from a locker room hazing incident that is continuing. So the entire season for both varsity and JV, the superintendent, Brian Scriven, making this announcement, saying there are still several critical tasks that need to be completed before this program can even continue. And remember that last year the season had to be suspended.
Oh, that's right. This is a follow-up.
This is a follow-up.
Yeah.
Because it was last season that we had learned about this, that there was some hazing. And then the district announced they had completed the investigation. That was back in January. That was early this year, I'll say January. And investigations by both Cheltenham Police, Montgomery County DA's office, they were still ongoing. The school itself was looking into things, but until those, are complete, they've said the program cannot resume.
Have they provided any of the details of the hazing, specifically what has happened from the victims, as opposed to those who are putting them through the ritual, as I like to call it?
Well, they said that there was the hazing, it found that at least one student-on-student assault happened in the locker room.
Sure.
And they believe, though, that nearly 20 students witnessed it but made no attempt to stop it, and several others actively participated, and one or two even filmed it. So they have it. They have tangible evidence because they had their phones out and they start, recording.
I'm just trying to think what would rise to the level of canceling a season or impacting multiple seasons. When I was in high school, the hazing for football was you would either get, like if you were on the junior varsity team in 9th or 10th grade, the varsity would come into the locker room, grab you. You knew it was your time. They would either give you a swirly in the toilet, or while you had your equipment on before you started to undress, they would throw you into the men's shower and dump a bunch of shampoo and body wash on you. What are they doing in this day and age with hazing that results in criminal charges and canceling a season? That's why I ask about the details.
Why are hazing acts always homosexual in nature?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, was there some sort of sexual element to this?
I'm curious about
remember the one, Greg, was it Concha Hawkins? I think it was Concha. No, it was Conestoga. It was Conestoga High School. Remember this?
Broomsticks up orifices.
Yeah.
Why is it always gay in nature?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it's a weird.
You know why? It's not gay. It's males. It's like the male dogs in the backyard. It's dominance.
It is.
That's
You're
all it is.
right,
It's not even sexual. It's just boys being over the dominance thing, and you just need somebody in that locker room at all times.
If anybody ever took me up and picked me up and was going to give me, as Nick said, a swirly, I would have beaten every single one of them within an inch of their life. Absolutely.
Yeah, but they don't do it to the guys who are 6'3".
Weird. It's weird. Don't touch me. Don't touch me,
well,
you creeps.
It's not like we were naked. We still had our clothes. All they did was
you just said you were in the shower, and they threw you in the shower. They threw.
You still had your equipment.
God,
they do it to the freshman nerdiest guy.
Bunch of men.
Well, see, it wasn't the nerdy guy. It was we all had to have that done at some point. It was like
Why did you put up with that? What a cuck you guys were.
Greg, it was a different time. It's when men were men, and we wanted to earn our stripes.
Yeah.
We didn't call the superintendent.
Don't touch me.
We didn't post it on TikTok.
Would have taken that baseball bat and put it between their eyes.
In the commercial break, I'll have to tell you the stories about fraternity.
Yeah, it's weird. It is weird. No, it's not normal. It's weird.
Yeah.
And the guys that put up with it to ooh, I want to be a part of this club. No.
Oh, I loved it my senior year when I got to return the favor.
Well, giving somebody.
I was running around with boxers on my head. I'm like, let's go, Billy. It's your turn.
Yeah, but that was silly. Yeah, but that was silly stuff, right? It was silly hats or putting.
It was nothing sexual. We weren't sticking broomsticks and keisters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, none of that.
No.
So weird.
Good Lord.
People with your rituals.
So we have a lot of news. That one making huge news, and the parents, remember, and we've covered this. The parents had multiple meetings, were speaking out about it, and especially for the incoming freshman parents, they're very upset about it because they've said, why don't you at least continue on with freshmen, do something with JV. These kids weren't even on the team a year ago.
Oh, so the whole program
so
from
the
top
whole
to bottom.
program
Wow.
is gone.
Well, are they any good at football? If not, then they're not missing much.
Well,
right.
I mean, I have multiple views on this. I think that, the workouts, which, by the way, would start, right now they're doing those so-called voluntary workouts.
Correct.
The camaraderie and all of that.
Oh, yeah.
But on the other hand, I will say you probably saved them from a couple of concussions.
True.
So.
True. Very true.
I mean, I was, you know me, I was a football mom. I loved it. I lived it. I miss all the moms. We still get together sometimes at McGurk's.
I'm proof
so
that
I missed that whole thing, but
have a lifelong impact on you.
It's true.
But
run and ran.
Nick, that's.
I'm telling you.
I'm not kidding.
Yeah.
If I had to do it all, I said this to my son David the other day. I said, if I had to do it all over again, I would have pushed golf. He did track already.
I wish my dad would have pushed golf on me at 6.
Yeah.
Yeah. Instead of telling me to run my head through somebody's face.
Yeah. I have to say I agree. And it also, what a lot of people don't know, and I say this as often as I am given the opportunity, if you have had concussions like that, and depending on how fresh they are, but even for you, Nick, it makes you more vulnerable to depression.
Yeah.
Oh, what is this? A PSA?
No, it does. It does.
For
I'm
God's sake.
serious.
Oh, this is 625 news. We don't need to hear. And this is why you shouldn't play football.
I didn't say that.
Oh God. All right, let's get the show. Oh my Lord.
We are sponsored by D&K Appliances. D&K Appliances, family owned and operated, offering industry-leading brands like Bosch, GE Profile, Speed Queen. This is my happy place, D&K Appliances. I drive by it every day in Flourtown. KitchenAid, Sub-Zero, and more. All their staff, their local experts guiding you through the process, delivery, installation, service. Visit D&K Appliances, Newtown Square and Flourtown. Or you can always just go to dkappliances.com. Thank you, dkappliances.com, for sponsoring First Edition News. Phil Omquist, good news.
Thank you, Don. We will start in baseball, where the Phillies beat the Padres 4-3 last night in San Diego. Harper, Realmuto, and Turner all went deep in the win. But speaking of Bryce, a clip of him brushing his teeth went viral yesterday because he doesn't put toothpaste on his brush. He
puts it in his mouth.
You have a chance. Flower.
So he wets the brush.
His incredible bedhead.
Puts the toothpaste.
He's squishing the tube at the bottom.
And he puts it
into the mouth.
He puts the
the mouth.
He puts the toothpaste in the mouth. And then
that is disgusting.
Also known as about the West Coast.
He says that's a West Coast thing?
You squeeze the tube into the mouth.
And then brush.
They actually brought this up during the broadcast last night.
Yeah, the big video board here, they have the Bryce Harper fact. It says squirts toothpaste into his mouth instead of onto a toothbrush when brushing his teeth. Try it tonight, John. Let me know tomorrow how it goes.
I'll give it a whirl.
Yeah, okay, Crook.
Does Crook have any teeth
I
left?
was just going to say, I don't think Crook even brushes his teeth.
So, does anybody do that?
No. Let me ask you this, because my wife has an oddity with brushing her teeth.
What does she do?
She uses hot water. Do you guys use hot or cold?
Cold.
I use cold. I mean, comes out room
It's
temperature.
still water.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think using hot water is that
I don't
big
think
of a
it's
deal.
that-
But I think using toothpaste that way.
Yeah.
Do you think that he's like? Do you think he's like trolling us?
No. I think baseball. I just think some certain athletes have weird habits. Not that this is a superstition, but that's bizarre. I've never seen anybody do that.
Never.
I've never heard of that before.
Yeah, Game 3 of that series is actually tonight. In other baseball news, Major League Baseball actually announced a red carpet show ahead of the All-Star Game at Independence Hall on Tuesday, July 14th. The event will be free to the public. Major League Baseball will announce how fans can get tickets before All-Star Week begins. In basketball, the Thunder beat the Spurs 127-114 in Game 5 to take a 3-2 series lead. Also, Donald Trump is considering showing up to a finals game at the Garden. Well, he is a Knicks fan.
Yep.
So,
How about this? How about this? It's the Thunder and the Knicks, Madison Square Garden, first home game for the Knicks in the finals. I don't know if that's game 1 or 3.
It'd be 3.
Game
for the
3,
Knicks.
okay.
Yep.
And right there at courtside, you have Spike Lee, and to your left, you have Trump, and to the right, you have Zoran Mamdani.
Now, he was actually going to show up to Game 5 against Cleveland, but had they lost Game 4, but they didn't.
Right, well, Cleveland quit.
Well, I'll get to Cleveland in just a second, because speaking of Kenny Atkinson, the coach of the Cavaliers, he will be returning next season despite this doozy of a statement after Game 3.
Analytically, I think we won the I said 3 out of 3. We're 2 out of 3.
So they won 2 of 3 analytically.
Follow that.
But you got swept.
4.
John Cornyn won analytically, too.
2 out of 3. And I know you're looking
Ken Paxton won by double digits.
There is really, if you believe in process and all that.
Process, speaking of Philly.
I'm so sick of these number nerds.
Take that later. I know I
like
don't
numbers.
throw that on them. I see.
Would that fly here? 610.
No. Could you imagine that? Oh, my God. The camera's head would explode.
Oh, my God. And in hockey, Vegas beat the Avs 2-1 in Game 4 to advance their third Stanley Cup final in 9 years.
All right.
That's sports.
There you go, Phil. Thank you very much. Dawn, do you have a sponsor?
She did it right.
That was D&K Appliances.
Okay. It sounded like you were going to say something.
Up ahead, we'll have a lot of, I know we'll talk about, Ebola, Bundi Bugyo, and hantavirus, and a lot of health news, ticks. We'll talk about all of that with the warm weather because we're heating up, right?
That's right, Dawn. 68 degrees currently. Cloudy, but we have some off and on mist. I think Dawn would call it, it's like, what is it, pea soup out there? Is that what you call it? Pea soup, right? I remember you saying that.
Mm-hmm.
And then later today, it'll be cloudy and dry, high of 81 today. Temperatures in the mid to high 70s and sunny for the rest of the week and through your weekend. All right, we'll come back, get to a Wednesday morning big take, and then after the big take, all of the primary results, especially in Texas. Last night, it's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
With gas prices on top of all of our minds right now, have you considered a hybrid vehicle? Yeah, there are a lot of gas savings options available right now from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. The Honda hybrid lineup, really including the Accord, the Civic, and the CR-V SUV. Right now, take advantage of 2.99% financing. That's for 36 months. Or what about 3.99% for 60 months on that CR-V? That's what my husband drives. It's a great vehicle, and the hybrid is amazing. So experience award-winning hybrid performance today. Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Springfield, Langhorne, Pottstown, or Reading. Or you can always shop online. PiazzaHonda.com. That's Piazza. PiazzaHonda.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Health Trends, sponsored by Red Pocket Mobile.
Reassurance for expectant mothers. An international study of over 25 million pregnancies published in the Lancet Psychiatry finds no causal link between taking antidepressants and children developing autism or ADHD. Any slight increase in risk is likely due to parental genetics or underlying mental health conditions. Doctors stress untreated depression poses far greater risks to both mother and baby than the treatment. I'm Margie Schaefer.
Chuck McDowell here with Red Pocket Mobile. Ever sign up for one of those too good to be true phone deals? 1 minute you're feeling great, then suddenly you're paying over $1,000 a year. Crazy, right? You know who else thinks that's crazy? Red Pocket Mobile.
Right now at Red Pocket, new and existing customers adding a line can get our premium 5G plan for just $5 a month. That's only $60 a year. And choose from all 3 major 5G networks with one locked-in low price at redpocket.com. Redpocket.com.
If you're suffering from burning, tingling, or numb feet, you need to pay special attention as we discuss neuropathy with Dr. Thomas Oliver of Oliver Wellness Center. Doctor, what is neuropathy?
Peripheral neuropathy is actually nerve damage to the feet and legs.
And what are the symptoms?
The major symptoms are pain, numbness, tingling, burning, muscle cramps, coldness in the hands and feet, and problems with balance.
Is neuropathy treatable?
It is absolutely treatable, and we can get great results.
Call 856-347-0032 today to schedule a nerve damage screening. Your nerve damage screening will tell you if you're at risk for serious complications and if you're a candidate for our innovative treatment program. Don't wait until your symptoms are so severe there's nothing that can be done. End-stage neuropathy leaves people confined to walkers, wheelchairs, and even with amputations. Call 856-347-0032. The first 25 callers will receive a free nerve damage screening. Call 856-347-0032.
Hi, I'm Connie Urkel, and I'm here with my husband, Guy. We're excited to be here and tell you our great success with Crash Proof.
So the beauty with Crash Proof Retirement is that the interest that we've made, we're not going to lose it. And it's going to compound over years and create more money as we move forward with Crash Proof. And the comfort we have in knowing that we're not going to lose money year to year is just very comforting.
This year, one of our vehicles brought in over 18%, and they weren't charging us fees to do this. Even when the market crashes or goes down, we're not anxious about what is going on around us politically and globally.
I encourage you to get involved, give them a call, and set up a meeting. Not that I want to wish my life away, but I'm looking forward to next March to see how much more money we made.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Downingtown Country Club on Tuesday, June 16th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. benefit awaits. Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
250 years have gone into building this great nation. Iron, brick, and stone forming its foundations. Wires carrying the lifeblood of electricity. And pipes delivering the water to our cities. Behold, the strength and scale of American infrastructure. But it only takes a minute for some uninformed homeowner with a shovel to shut it all down. Electricity, off. Running water, non-existent. And that sewage ain't going nowhere now. Gee, thanks, Bill. Know what's below. And contact PA1 Call before you dig. Visit PA1call.org.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Oh yeah, Kayal and Company. It is a Hump Day Wednesday. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. What's on the cut sheet coming up at 7:45 this morning? A ton of good stories and also the results, the fallout, the reaction from some of the primaries last night. Just how good are Trump-endorsed candidates doing, and how many congressmen and women are now officially gone. The people that you don't like. We'll give you the totals, the names, and the numbers coming up shortly. But first, let's get to a Wednesday Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Brought to you by Bucks County Estate Traders. The Trump touch, the political pandemic that has infected everything that we love. You know, every single fiber of Donald Trump's existence, his circle and his orbit, is polarizing and political. I thought we were past the end stage TDS in the world of sports and entertainment and pop culture after 47 roared back from the political ashes to a resounding victory in 2024, but apparently not. Woke was deemed dead. MAGA became a mainstream vibe. Corporate executives, TV networks, sports CEOs, social media bigwigs all warming back up and sucking up to Donald Trump. But with a war in Iran ongoing and the affordability crisis impacting everyday Americans, Trump is once again persona non grata if you even enter his stratosphere. On Friday, New York Giants quarterback Jackson Dart found that out as he merely introduced Donald Trump at an event. The second-year quarterback said nothing political whatsoever. You can watch the clip for yourself or do a quick Google search, and even right-wing Google will verify and confirm that. It was merely an introduction for 47. And that set off a chain reaction that engulfed social media and legacy media over the Memorial Day weekend, and obviously into yesterday when all of the weekday shows returned from a 3-day holiday weekend, including drawing the ire of his teammate, Abdul Carter, formerly of Penn State. Now, my rule of thumb is very simple. You never turn down an opportunity to visit the White House or reject the chance to speak with or to the president, regardless of political party. It is the opportunity and privilege of a lifetime. And now, if you look around, all of my favorite hobbies and passions have been infected by politics, sports specifically, ranging from golf to football to the UFC and the WWE, all entering the political waters. Let's start with football, though, because that's the main crux of this. Odyssey's Boomer Esiason, Hall of Fame morning radio show host on WFAN 660 and 101.9 FM in New York City, said this about the New York Giants' public fight over the franchise quarterback daring to associate with Donald Trump. Listen and watch.
This was a real error on the part of Abdul Carter, not on the part of Jackson Dart. Jackson Dart was asked to do something to introduce the president of the United States. How many people get an opportunity to do something like that, regardless of who the president is? You may have hated Barack Obama. You may have hated Joe Biden. And some guys didn't want to go to the White House because they didn't like those presidents, just like other guys didn't want to go to the White House because they didn't like President Trump. But to put this out like a child on social media is ridiculous. And then when I heard, we spoke man to man. Yeah, there was only one man on that call, and that was Jackson Dart. You were a man who was late to meetings. You were a man who didn't live up to your draft choice. You're a man who wanted to wear number 56. And by the way, your idol, number 56, has introduced Donald Trump numerous times. So I don't want to hear this. So he made another just boneheaded error by going to social media.
Nothing but facts there from Boomer Esiason. Total kid move by Abdul Carter. Totally passive aggressive. Not at all how sports teammates should operate. That should be done in the locker room, in-house, behind closed doors. And his idol, Lawrence Taylor, who introduced and rallied for Trump in the summer of 2024, that would be number 56. And of course, the angry wet hens of The View. They returned to ABC yesterday. Always nice when a Disney employee wishes harm upon somebody over political differences, if there's even a difference. Again, we don't even know if Jackson Dart's a Trump voter. He merely introduced him at an event. During yesterday's episode, The View suggested Giants quarterback Jackson Dart should wear, quote, extra padding when he plays or practices because other players are going to try to injure him. His offense that warranted their wants for harm? He introduced Donald Trump at an event for which they claimed Dart was, quote, a racist and attacked the black community. Here's resident race baiter Sonny Hostin. Listen and watch.
I think when you know the history of this president and you know the biases of this president, for a certain community, the black community, for me, if this feels personal. And I think if you are someone who attacks the community to which I belong, and you support that, that tells me two things. Either one, you agree with his politics and you agree with his biases, or you can be adjacent to it, stomach it, and that means you are complicit in my view.
Yeah, there's a whole Congress. There's a whole Congress, all kinds of folks.
The biases? Complicit? Sonny Hostin talking about biases and complicit? Okay. And I just hope that the media will cover the Josh Jacobs arrest from last night with the same tenacity that they did Jackson Dart over the weekend. Now, you might be saying, who's Josh Jacobs? Well, he's one of the great running backs in the NFL, and the Green Bay Packer has allegedly choked and suffocated a female. He has been charged with a litany of felonies, that according to ESPN's Adam Schefter. But you know, NFL, the National Felony League, will largely omit this story or merely just report the allegations and then move on. In sports media, predominantly left-wing, by the way, you're better off committing domestic violence than you are being in Donald Trump's circle. But in combat sports, they care even less. Rolling Stone just did a long feature on Dana White and his legacy. The UFC CEO says he doesn't give a sugar honey iced tea about his legacy. And this is a guy who didn't just introduce Donald Trump like Jackson Dart did. He endorsed Trump for president, and he has zero regrets. A true free speech absolutist. Listen and watch.
When we bought the company in 2001 and we did the fight at the Trump Taj Mahal, Trump brand, up there, UFC brand down here, he showed up to the first fight of the night and stayed till the last fight. And then we came back to the Taj again and he did it again. Then we left the Taj and we went to Meadowlands, showed up to the first fight of the night and was there until the last fight of the night. So our relationship was never any different. And I know people get crazy and like, oh no, you were, this guy is my really good friend. He has been for a very long time. And, he loves coming to the UFC before he ran for president and when but why would I not make a big deal out of the sitting president of the United States coming to my event?
Sure.
If it was Reagan, Obama, Bush, any of these guys that show up, it's the president of the United States.
Yeah.
And what makes it even cooler is this guy's one of my really good friends.
Oh, the horror. White would go on to talk about the upcoming UFC event at the White House as Mediaite reports the following. UFC President Dana White insisted that the company's upcoming fight night at the White House is not a political event despite his ties to the Trump administration. Preparations have begun for UFC Freedom 250, which is scheduled to take place on June 14th on the White House lawn. The event, part of the celebrations for the 250th anniversary of the United States, also falls on Donald Trump's 80th birthday. And in a recent Time magazine interview, White was asked if the event was political, in which he flatly rejected the notion, saying, quote, "No, not at all. Well, it's on the birthday of America. I mean, it's the 250th birthday of America. What better place to celebrate it than the White House?" And the thing that you have to understand about me is I respect who is ever the president of the United States. It isn't about red or blue or politics for me. I'm friends with people on the far left and I'm friends with people on the far right, and I consider myself right down the middle. And politics has even spilled over into fake wrestling and fighting. That is the WWE. Linda McMahon and Paul Triple H Levesque are routinely around the president, Donald J. Trump. McMahon, the leader of the Department of Education. Levesque in roles that involve health and fitness with Maha and Bobby Kennedy. And that has led to former WWE wrestlers and current Hall of Famers with different political biases leaving the WWE or fracturing relationships over Donald Trump, including Hollywood actor Dave Bautista and the WWE legend himself, Mick Foley. The Undertaker, also known as Mark Calloway, much like many WWE wrestlers, are actually Trump guys. And now that they're retired, they have no problem saying it. The Undertaker joined Gutfeld on Fox News and said it's all good, though. Listen and watch.
And so that it's perfectly clear, I don't have any angst towards Dave Bautista. I mean, he's still, I haven't seen him, but he's still a good friend of mine. And somebody that if I saw him, I would give him a big hug. Mick Foley, too. I mean, I don't care what your politics are. You're wrong. Everybody knows it. Yeah. But I still love you. And I'm going to say hello, and I'm going to give you a hug whether you want it or not when I see you. So I think people, if they would adopt that a little bit more and not get so much vitriol and so much hate over politics, it's just ridiculous.
It is, and to be like Batista used to come in and train when I was in FCW. We were coming up, and he'd bring us Fiji water. So we thought he was because our water didn't even have a label on it. We were drinking out of cups. So he was always one of those. Even when he was the top guy, he would come down and spend time with us. And Mick Foley would do that too because he needed me to drive him to the airport. So when you see them, it's always love for them because I don't care how they vote. I don't care anybody. None of us should. It used to be a quiet thing.
Now it's out there in the public. That was Tyrus, a former WWE wrestler who is a contributor on Fox News. And now that it's out there in the public, the reality is this. You either can handle the blowback or you can't. And if you can't handle someone's political beliefs and you are willing to fracture a relationship with a friend or family member, maybe you are the problem and you're too immature and you can't deal with somebody thinking differently than you. We're all entitled to our own core principles, the policies that we want enacted. And at the end of the day, it only really changes life a little one way or the other. The pendulum swings a little to the right. It swings a little to the left. Yeah, you're going to have socialist candidates or far right people, but fighting, violence, death threats, assassination attempts, over what? Over who? A politician? I prefer my politics in a separate lane from my entertainment and sports, and I've advocated for a two-way street on discourse if we're going to go down this road. But the last 4 or 5 days have proven Americans can't handle that because we have too many emotional snowflakes. Plenty on the left, and there's also some on the right as well. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Brought to you by the good folks at Bucks County Estate Traders. Make a statement for summer, inside or outside, and save. During the Memorial Day sale at Bucks County Estate Traders, enjoy 20 to 50% savings store-wide now through May 31st. That's right, you still have 4 more days left. And oh, by the way, if you don't need delivery service and you take it home yourself, say, I want the additional discount because I'm saving you, Matt Stanella, gas money. That's what he says. Check them out, buckscountyestatetraders.com or their Hatfield showroom. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. Also on social media at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, you can let it rip in our YouTube chat. Dawn, your thoughts on how politics have become so mainstream, yet people still can't handle differing opinions.
Yeah, and it makes me feel more than ever to come out and say, yeah, I'm I'm MAGA, Make America Great Again. Yes, I am. That's me. And you think about all of the people who will say, oh, or even conservatives will say, oh, that's brave to say that. Why would it be brave that you want to make America great again? Or why would it be brave that you go, yeah, I voted for this person. And by the way, if their policies are not what you support and you don't like, and with Iran or with the economy or whatever, you can say, well, I didn't vote for that and I'm hoping for something else. I like so-and-so. Fine, you be you. But it has become this highly personal, highly passionate. It's all about the emotions. But part of the reason it's about the emotions is I just have to say that everybody's getting played. And what I mean by that is that it's all they have. In other words, let's just say, God forbid, that the midterms happen and Democrats sweep. I know many have predicted that, but let's just say that happens. I hope it doesn't happen, but let's say it does. Okay. And then let's say President Trump is basically a lame duck in his last 2 years of office. Hope that doesn't happen, but it could. What do Democrats have to run on? And then even 2 years from now, what are they going to do? I mean, they're really going to be in a pickle, are they not? Because apparently all the problems are one person.
Right.
Not a party, not a policy.
Right.
And so to that end, I would say, is that really worth you not talking to your adult daughter and husband and 4 kids? You haven't seen the grandkids in a year. Is that really worth the neighbor or the friend who you used to enjoy a beer with or a glass of wine? Is it really worth it all?
Mm-hmm.
And to me, it's just so ridiculous. And it's all because that's all the Democrats have had to talk about Trump. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Now look, we all consume this at a far more intense level than the average person probably listening. Although I'm sure there are plenty of listeners out there, especially the ones that are very active in the chat or on X, that are following timelines or news feeds all day long, every day. But that being said, are you when you sit down and you have a moment to enjoy entertainment, whether it's binge watching Netflix for 2 hours on a random night where the weather's bad, or going out to a social gathering, are you of the belief that I would just love to go the next 2 hours without anything being political? Because I am. Mm-hmm. That said, I don't lose my mind, even when we play Bruce lecturing at a concert. You're entitled to your opinion. Yeah. All I ask for is consistency. If you're allowed to espouse your views, then I should be able to be permitted to espouse my views. And if we can't have a two-way street, then I don't want a one-way street. Then I want it to be taboo. I want it off limits, and we'll just avoid the subject altogether. That's the way I've always viewed it. But there's always been a one-way street, and it's been amplified in magnitude in magnitude over the last 10 or 11 years. Because they can't sit there, Dawn, and say, well, your policies are terrible. They're the same policies that some, quote, centrist or moderate Democrats used to run on 25. And how many times have we played a Chuck Schumer, Joe Biden, Hillary Clinton, Bill Clinton, Barack Obama clip from Congress, from C-SPAN in 1996 or 2002 or 2008, where it's legitimately the same thing that Trump has built his MAGA platform around. And now it's toxic?
Yeah.
But when it was your guy doing it verbatim, you were on board with it. And I get it, parties evolve, but you can't sit here and say, well, I want a secure border. Well, that's racist. No, it's actually very much common sense.
Yeah, and that was just it. For Sunny Hostin hosting, by the way, Nick knows, I love your sarcasm because it's biases. Her biases, I love that you played on that because she's just so looking down at the plebs. She's so much better, right? And looking down at you and, it's racist and the biases and no, it's not about racism. And by the way, if he's such a racist, then why don't they all sue NBC for putting him on The Apprentice, on a major hit show that aired, I know it was 13, 14 seasons, but I think it aired 17 years. and they promoted the heck out of Donald Trump. So why not sue all those NBC officials and say, why would you promote such a racist man? But he suddenly became evil and racist after he put an R behind his name. That family, if you follow them, they were darlings in the media, which is why we have those clips of him. He was on every late night show. He was, doing walk-ons in movies, and everybody loved DJT until he put an R behind his name and then started going for president of the United States. Then all of a sudden he was Mr. Evil and Mr. Racist. And again, why not attack his policies? Like Greg Stocker. You have to give Greg credit. Greg hates some of the policies or hates the way he says things. Okay, that's honest. That you can dive into and have a conversation about. But just if you don't like somebody and then you go, oh, that person, that's a racist. That is just lame. I think it's lowbrow. It's low-hanging fruit.
It's lazy.
Yeah, it is lazy. You're right.
But
and
it plays to emotional bottom feeders is what it does. It inflames tensions, and then it's hard to get out of that conversation because they think they're doing the mic drop moment on you. 855-839-1210. Trump-endorsed candidates with a big night last night. We'll give you the details on the other side, and then a couple of things with education and technology, as well as generational dateflation. I love this story. We'll get to that coming up probably in the next 20 or 25 minutes. But let's first talk about families behind the badge, because you all know my respect, admiration, and love for first responders. So I'm hoping that you will join all of us once again in supporting the Bend to the Shore Bike Tour, which is coming up on Sunday, July 26th. And there are a ton of options for you to ride. You can do the full 65 from Philly to Atlantic City, 30 miles from Hamilton, or the final 10-mile stretch from Galloway. And it all culminates at the Showboat Hotel as we will all sit back, have something to eat, something to drink, towel off, take pictures, and chat for a while. And I hope that you will register to ride with all of us in Team 1210. We are now up to 29 different riders, which is fantastic. Just about 75% of the way towards our goal of 40 riders. And whether you're riding or if you just want to donate to support the cause, visit bend2shore.org. When you sign up with the code NICK1210, they'll knock $25 off of the registration fee. That's bend2shore.org, promo code NICK1210. Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation, a local nonprofit that provides financial relief to families of fallen and injured first responders, fostering positive relationships between cops and kids, and providing mental and emotional well-being resources to all of our first responders.
You've put in the work to get that first job, moved up the ranks, or started a family. Now it's time to take your success to the next level. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we're here to help you keep that momentum going with educational programs built around real-world, in-demand career skills. We'll teach you how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science, plus timeless skills like leadership, communication, critical thinking, and more. Affordable, accredited, and online. A UMGC education fits your life so you can keep growing while you keep going. You've succeeded before. Now succeed again. At UMGC, we believe nothing should stand in the way of your next achievement. Not doubt, not your life stage, and especially not an application fee. Just apply by June 1st and we'll waive your application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. We're proud to offer high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and hear the difference today by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
You know what I don't like? Paying for something twice. I can't stand that. Hey, it's Rich Zioli. That's why when it comes to your roof, siding, doors, and windows, there's only one call you should make, and that's to my guys at Emmons Roofing and Siding. Emmons is a Platinum Owens Corning contractor, which means that Owens Corning backs not just the shingles, but the workmanship as well for life. That's right, for life. Roofing, siding, windows, doors, residential or commercial, done right the first time, every time. Go to emmonsroofing.com.
Hi, this is Joe Mederchik, PNC Bank Regional President. People ask us, is PNC just a boring bank? Well, that depends. Is starting a business boring or being the first person in your family to go to college? For nearly 160 years, we've done the hard and occasionally boring work of banking to deliver brilliant results to our clients. To see what boring banking can do for you, stop into any of our local branches right here in the greater Philadelphia community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Cancer. If you've been diagnosed recently, it doesn't have to be as devastating as it may seem. Chances are you didn't just get cancer recently. What you need to do is visit the team at Innovative Medical Associates. Dr. Molly Fantasia, the PhD doctor and founder of Innovative Medical Associates, has helped hundreds over the years with her unique hydration protocols geared specifically to cancer support. The team is comprised of Dr. Molly Fantasia and her doctors, plus her outstanding nursing staff. With almost 30 years in practice, Innovative Medical Associates can help you navigate the journey through cancer and beyond. To set up your initial complimentary consultation, contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505, 856-489-0505, or visit their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. That's innovativemedicalassociates.com. Make that appointment, and you'll be on your way to treating cancer as only Innovative Medical Associates knows how.
Eric was way behind on his taxes.
I owed a lot of money to the IRS, almost $15,000.
Eric called Optima Tax Relief.
When Optima Tax got involved, the calls would stop, the threats would stop. It was easy like 1, 2, 3.
Optima Tax Relief took care of Eric's problem.
And now my debt is clean. I don't owe anything.
Call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
7:02. Welcome back in, Kayal and Company, as we are rolling here on this Wednesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Kutchi coming up at 7:45. And coming up tomorrow morning, the day, the morning, we will be out in West Berlin, New Jersey at FOP Lodge number 56, broadcasting live, the three of us, and in person, not only tomorrow on remote, but also with us for all 4 hours Friday morning in studio, Sean Farish, making his return to the Delaware Valley to grace us with his presence. Sir, Sean Farish. Fired up for tomorrow. I can't wait for that breakfast.
Yeah.
Salatos.
I just want. Is that all you care about, the breakfast? Oh God.
Yes.
God.
Yes.
Here's what my goal for tomorrow is: everybody coming out super early and being very generous, because as we said, the tickets were free. You just had to register. But we made the tickets free because we know that this audience is generous. It's the most generous audience in all of radio. It's the best audience in all of radio, even the ones that hate me.
No, it's true. I mean, no audience listens longer in longer stretches in the entire city than this audience right here.
We appreciate you.
And it's all because they want to hear what I'm going to say next.
There's partial truth to that.
But anyway, I want everybody to be generous tomorrow. So open up your wallets, your pocketbooks, your checkbooks, Venmo, whatever you have.
Apple Pay.
Just be generous. I'm shaming Matt. Matt Rooney is going to come tomorrow at 9 o'clock.
Oh, is he?
He is. Remember, we shamed him. Are you a member of the show?
I don't remember him.
You sit here and
did he really commit? I don't recall him saying yes.
Yes, he did. He did.
Okay.
Yeah. So he's gonna be on site tomorrow at 9:00. I'm expecting that scum sucking, bottom feeding lawyer that he is, except Linda Kearns. I have to say that.
Thank you.
Disclaimer.
She's here today.
Yeah.
So thank you.
So all those scum sucking, bottom feeding lawyers, except Linda Kearns, that he has a house in Avalon. He better bring a check for the families behind the badge.
You got a Tesla?
Yeah.
And it's, by the way, it's a 501c3 nonprofit, so it is
a
you can
write-off.
deduct it on your
Check.
taxes.
Check.
It is
Matt
a
Rooney.
legit charity.
Yeah. All that money you get from SaveJersey.com. Yeah.
Yeah.
Write that over to the families behind the badge, okay?
And
All right?
you haven't really saved New Jersey from anything, so save the cops and the kids and the families.
Thank you. Yeah, New Jersey's a hellhole, and we'll get to that in the.
Mikey Sherrill said, "Save this, pal."
Yeah. More protests yesterday in Newark.
Oh God!
As the pepper spray was.
Don't these people have anything to do with their lives?
No.
Take a nap. Play golf. Place a bet.
But the point being is that we're very excited about tomorrow, and we will announce the next live remote for the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation, and where we're going to be. PA, we're coming for you.
That's right.
PA, we're coming for you.
We're coming.
So
to
I'm
your
expecting
city.
everybody that is out with us tomorrow to register again in June when we are out again.
That's right.
Yeah.
It's the Kayal and Company summer tour.
Yes.
Summer tour.
Summer tour 26.
BPO, you are correct. A house in Avalon bought with blood money. Absolutely, BPO. Absolutely. BPO is my new spirit animal.
Why are lawyers rich? Because there's a lot of stupid people out there doing stupid things.
Exactly. Except Linda Kearns.
That's right.
Because I need to suck up to her too, because I need her to write a big check tomorrow too.
Yeah.
And she is a sweetheart.
Of course she is. It doesn't
Love
change
Linda.
change my thinking that lawyers are scum sucking, bottom feeding leeches.
Don't let her niceness on the air fool you. Could you imagine having to compete against her in a family law court?
No.
I'd be shaking in my boots.
Yeah. So just think of that. That's who you'd face.
Yep.
That's who.
Imagine your wife
would
wants
side with St. Kristen right there, buddy.
Wife says, "I want $1,500 a month minimum," and you gotta look it over, and there's Linda Kearns advocating for it.
Specific.
I was just gonna say
It's just a ballpark number. I could be off. You know, my numbers are always wrong.
Yeah.
It could be 2,000. Who knows?
Kind of low.
I didn't factor in inflation.
it's almost like he's saying that from experience.
I never got that far. Did look for a number though.
In other news,
what's that number?
how about that Ebola?
We're much better together.
1-800-DADS get screwed. All right, especially in Pennsylvania. There you go. Speaking of being screwed, I wouldn't say it was being screwed. It was more like being defeated. I try to be as honest as possible, give you the good, the bad, the ugly with where things are with, the MAGA movement or the Trump policies or approval ratings, prediction markets, all of that. But there's no way other than to sit there and say it was an unbelievable night for Trump-endorsed candidates. I believe now the number, if this is correct, now this, of course, is only for actual endorsed candidates, not people that are, maybe running on somewhat of a MAGA platform, but somebody that actually gets the Trump seal of approval. In 2026 alone now, in primaries, Trump-endorsed candidates are 117 for 117. 117 100%. Going into the primary season, Trump-backed candidates' lifetime had a 95% success rate, and that played out last night. Frank Luntz says the following, and I think it would be very hard for anybody to disagree with this. There is zero doubt tonight that Donald Trump is the complete and total controller of the Republican Party. He can beat just about any Republican in just about any state, in just about any primary. He is the chief strategist, the chief advocate, and the chief voice of the GOP. His name may not be on the ballot in November, but make no mistake, nothing and no one will have a bigger impact on voter behavior. And he says that because last night in the Texas primary, Ken Paxton rolled to victory over John Cornyn. Of course, Paxton, the former AG under Greg Abbott, the governor of Texas, and he defeated the long-term GOP incumbent John Cornyn. And I'm just looking at some of the headlines today on some of the mainstream sites. I got Politico up here in front of me. The Texas GOP finally turned on Cornyn. The senator was a towering figure in Texas and national politics. His loss signals the end of an era for the Republican establishment. And to kind of illustrate that just a little bit further, here are the names that are going to be out of American politics in the Republican Party that many of you, if not all of you, are not fans of. By the way, Al Green also got wamboozled in Texas last night in his runoff, his race, and he is out. He lost, I think, by a 2-1 margin, if not bigger. But now out are the following names. Al Green, gone. Jasmine Crockett, gone. Dan Crenshaw, gone. Eric Swalwell, gone. Mitch McConnell, gone. Nancy Pelosi, gone. Don Bacon, gone. Jerry Nadler, Bill Cassidy, John Cornyn, and Thomas Massie. So, look, now, does that mean Trump is going to roll through the midterms? The answer, probably not. It almost seems like a mathematical formality, whether it's polling and prediction markets, that the House will go Democrat. But even historically, that has been the precedent in this country. When you control all three, the next time a primary and the next time we get to a midterm comes around, you typically lose one of the three. Republicans still favored like 55-45 to keep the Senate. Redistricting, gerrymandering could save the day, but Republicans did suffer a few setbacks yesterday. In Alabama, they lost a court case that will almost certainly go to the Alabama Supreme Court for redistricting. And then also, there were some Republicans that voted with Democrats against Republicans on a redistricting effort in South Carolina. So there is, I think, the good, the bad, and the ugly. But your thoughts?
Well, isn't it? I mean, there's no question. He's the kingmaker in the Republican Party. No question.
That doesn't mean you win generals.
But the same thing happened in 2022.
Yep.
And we remember how the Trump-backed candidates did in 2022.
Against Democrats.
Right. So, yes, in the primaries, of course, the generals, I don't know. Does Paxton have a better chance to beat Tallarico than Cornyn did? I don't know enough about Texas politics. Mm-hmm. I've been on record saying that it's very, very, very unlikely that Texas goes blue. But I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, who knows with the way the country is right now, the way this war is going or not going, the way the economy is, the way gas prices are. Who knows what?
To your point, Kalshi, which is my favorite site.
Yeah, we know.
Start spending money with me, Kalshi. I'm giving you all this free. Eventually, the bosses down the hall are going to be like, stop talking about Kalshi. They don't pay. Yeah. But the Texas Senate winner, 55-45 in favor of Paxton. That's not something where you're pounding your chest over. Now, those numbers are going to change dramatically up and down, left and right over the next 5 months, but he's slightly better than a coin flip favorite over the Democrat, James Tallarico.
Yeah, so think about it. So a couple things. First of all, money. Paxton, not as strong of a fundraiser. And also that, remember, in the Senate, Thune, John Thune had really fundraised for him and helped him out monetarily. So we always like to look at the money. And so Tallarico, who he's up against. I mean, last night we got back from the great event with David Yadgaroff, one of our retiring leaders, which was such an incredible night. And I turned on CNN and they were just going crazy over all of this with Tallarico. And you would have thought it was the second coming with Tallarico. So you can see where that's going with the various media entities, but especially CNN. But I always look at the money and the fundraising abilities. And so Tallarico is raising a lot of money. Obviously, Paxton now has to do the same. And so that's always a concern. What are they playing up big time? They're playing up in the media, the ballroom, and the quote unquote, slush fund, or the quote unquote anti-weaponization fund. And so those are two media narratives that help Democrats fundraise.
Yeah. And Tallarico's not running on any sort of socialist platform, correct? because that would be shot down big time in Texas. He's not like Squad-esque.
He thinks there's like 17 genders.
Yeah.
The dude's an effing weirdo.
Well, he's a weird progressive, but I don't think he's a socialist, right?
He's one of these. This is how they do. Where this was Virginia, it was even Mikey Sherrill. Where, I'm just Marilyn Munster. I'm normal. I'm not a far left progressive.
Mm-hmm.
But he was the one. Remember, what did he say about the weird one? Was when he said about God that God was not binary.
Non-binary.
I don't know.
Yes.
It was like weird. I don't know.
How do you even come up with something?
I
like
don't
that?
even know.
Right?
I don't know. But he said some goofy things in the past. We have all the receipts. Yep. But now is coming off as, oh no, I'm a mainstream and I'm a Christian and I have this Christian faith, and so he's definitely trying to be more centrist. So it's going to take money and a lot of ad money to make sure that they just say who he is. Who are you voting for? What are you getting?
Well, we have Harry Enton. This was a couple of days ago before this primary. Harry Enton does make the case that Democrats can absolutely win a Texas Senate seat. Cut 12.
Simply put, they're looking at the numbers. They are looking at the numbers, and the idea that Democrats can't win in Texas, I want to put that to rest. They could very well do it. James Tallarico could very well win in Texas, and I want to use a comparison point with 2018 because there was all this talk about Beto O'Rourke, right? Oh, could he beat Ted Cruz? He could beat Ted Cruz. The numbers at this point in that campaign, simply put, did not support that conclusion. But the numbers at this point absolutely support the conclusion that James Tallarico can win. So take a look. Texas Senate polls in May of the election year. When you matched up Beto O'Rourke versus Ted Cruz was up by 7 points. He was clearly ahead. But look at the polling average now when you max up Ken Paxton versus James Tallarico. It's actually Tallarico that's ahead by 4 points. And Johnny B., I was looking back at every single Texas Senate race that I could find. And at this point in the campaign, James Tallarico is polling better than any Democrat in at least 24 years. You have to go all the way back to 2002 to find a Democrat even polling anywhere close to where Tallarico is polling right now. Texas, Democrats have dreamt about turning it blue. This time, the numbers actually support the idea that they may actually be able to do it.
I've got a little bit of further context. The last Democrat to represent Texas in the U.S. Senate, you have to go all the way back to 1993. Bob Kruger. Raise your hand if you know who Bob Kruger is. I certainly don't, but I do know that's 33 years ago. I mean, is anything possible? Sure. Dallas, Houston, Austin. I mean, you have millions of people in those blue hubs in Texas. It's your typical southern state, right? Red state with 1, 2, or 3 big blue cities. A lot of population crammed in there. Possible, yes. Would I wager on it? No. I'm of the belief that Republicans cannot lose Texas or Florida, and Democrats cannot lose New York or California. And I'll stand on those are a couple of hills I'm willing to die on. And that's coming off of just yesterday where I said, I think Spencer Pratt's got like a puncher's chance in Los Angeles to be mayor. But then again, that's a mayor. That's not a U.S. Senate seat. So would I wager on it? No. But anything's possible. I mean, we've seen it. I mean, for anybody, think about this. When we talk about odds and probability, Trump had a 2% chance at one point to beat Hillary Clinton in 2016. I don't know if it was ever that low in 2022. Remember, Trump announced his candidacy for a third run in November of 2022. He gave that big speech, America's comeback starts right now. I don't think it was ever that low. But, sometimes 2% hits. You've seen it happen. You ever play poker? You're dead to like the 5 of clubs, and the last card comes out, and I'll be damned, it's the 5 of clubs, and you're either a happy winner or a really pissed off loser because you knew the math. It's possible. Wouldn't wager on it, though. All right.
Yeah, I would just say this, that for the situation with President Trump, that he owns this. He has a ton of money and quite a war chest, and I would imagine that money and just saturating the airwaves there in Texas, because you're going to see so much money poured into this very race among others. But with this one, just looking at a couple, just because this is not our area, so just to refresh your memory, in 2023, just less than 3 years ago, Texas House of Representatives impeached Paxton as Texas Attorney General on accusations of corruption. However, he was acquitted by the Senate there in Texas, and this was all at the state level. But remember, in just 2 years ago, he faced those felony security fraud issues that were finally dismissed. And then he's the one going through the nasty divorce with the wife coming out. And she's a prominent, highly respected figure in Texas. And she was the one who came out in writing, and I believe in video, talking about him, that he was, had cheated on her, committed adultery, yada, yada, yada. So, I mean, my gosh, they have so much fodder to throw at him with. You can only imagine what a gift for their political ads on the Democrat side.
No question.
So in this one, it's going to take a ton of money to combat this.
Coming up next, America's tech-filled classrooms and the screen time pushback by parents as well as teachers, and also generational dateflation. We'll get into both. Cut sheet in just about 25 minutes, but let's talk about a crisis right now that's going on in Philadelphia. We have a crisis in home health care. At home caregivers, they are in short supply and families have been stretched thin. If you've been searching Medicaid home care near me, well, you don't have to wait any longer. Freedom Care was created just for this, with over 160,000 families served and 97% satisfaction through Medicaid. Freedom Care lets your family choose a trusted friend or a relative as the caregiver, somebody who already knows your routines and, of course, your needs and your wants. Caregivers can help with meals, medicine, bathing, trips to and from doctors, all while getting paid sometimes on a daily basis. No long wait lists, no rotating strangers, and 100% free to you. Freedom Care handles paperwork, training, payroll, and support so caregivers can focus on caring. If you're already caring for somebody with Medicaid or ready to help, call Freedom Care today to see if you qualify. Don't let the shortage force your loved one to do without the help they need. Freedom Care, get paid to care for a loved one. Call 267-459-1601. That's 267-459-1601, 267-459-1601. 1601.
Spring is here, and that means wind, rain, and roofing problems. When it comes to protecting your home, go with the real deal. Impriano Roofing, siding, windows, and doors. Family owned and operated for 53 years. One of the only roofing companies still run by the original family. They're the experts in the industry. That's experience. That's integrity. That's the real deal. Call 610-644-4444 for your free estimate today. The best homes have an Impriano roof.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future. And that way, you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC. NPN number 2083768.
I'm Mark Solinger, producer and one of the hosts of the Moth podcast. For nearly 2 decades, The Moth has brought live storytelling to stages around the world and to millions of listeners. These are real people telling true stories from their lives. Stories about a lost family recipe, about working to free a wrongfully convicted man, about realizing you need to leave your May-December romance. Stories that will move you, surprise you, make you laugh. Stories you can't forget. Join us. Follow and listen to The Moth wherever you get your podcasts.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, You can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. You know my friends at Bob's Little Sports Shop. The entire team is fantastic. Family owned and operated for more than 60 years, helping us find the perfect firearm, learning how to use it safely and effectively. Bob's will help you every step of the way, even through the permit application process. They have hands-on training with certified NRA instructors and range safety officers to help you. Ladies, you got to sign up for one of their last women's events for the summer. It's coming up Sunday, June 7th, starting at 2 p.m. The event is perfect for beginners or experienced shooters. No firearms ID card, no experience needed. Visit bobslittle.sportshop.com to sign up for Bob's all-female shoot, but you got to sign up because this event will fill up. And guys, it's the perfect place to get gear, ammo, and of course the absolute best selection of firearms anywhere with the best people. bobslittlesport.shop.com. This ad sponsored by Bob's Little Sports Shop.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
It is 7:25 on this Wednesday morning. Kayal and Company. What's on the cut sheet? We find out in just about 20 minutes' time. It's good to have you in. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on 1210 WPHT. You can always jump in 855-839-1210. Don't forget, download the podcast, iTunes. Follow us. You'll be notified when the latest episode is posted. Of course, watch us on YouTube.
Let me give an Instagram pitch since you've taken us down this rabbit hole, Nick Kayal.
The gram. The kiddies call it the gram.
I need 50 people right now to go to 1210 WPHT on Instagram and hit that follow button. 50 people. I'll give you shout outs. All right, 1210WPHT.com. 50 people right now. Go to the Instas. 1210WPHT.com, and I'll give you a shout out like Josie and Gunny, like John Piper, like
Roddy's distant relative,
Enno Drock, like Willie J, 1958.
Right.
1210 WPHT on Instagram. Give us a follow. 50 people right now. Go.
Yes. So, in the world of education and technology, this is a fascinating story. The Associated Press writing this yesterday, and it actually features a little bit of a story that Dawn had in her news at some point, I think it was last week, with screen time and teachers in the classroom in the Lower Merion area. So the headline for the story is America's schools face a reckoning on digital devices. And they write the following. Just a few years ago, America's public schools were rushing to get every child a laptop. Los Angeles middle school teacher Anna Soffer remembers it very well. The idea was that technology is the future, so we need to put tech in every child's hands. Now, the conversation has flipped. After pouring billions of dollars into laptops, tablets, and learning apps, many schools are facing a digital reckoning. Classrooms have become saturated with screens, and a growing number of parents, teachers, and school districts are all saying it is time to scale back. Quote, the Chromebook is just a world of distraction, says Soffer, who teaches 6th grade English and history. She favors pen and paper assignments, but is required to use laptops and online apps for certain activities. Every day, quote, I'm battling. Who would you rather listen to, Miss Soffer or Minecraft? The Los Angeles United School District, where Soffer teaches, recently became the first major school district to say it will stop giving devices to its youngest students. A sweeping resolution last month was passed by the Los Angeles School Board that requires the district to eliminate devices until 2nd grade, set daily and weekly screen limits for all higher grades, and block YouTube on school devices. So the kids, you're not going to be able to watch Kayal and Company on YouTube while you're zoning out in social studies. Right? No, can't do it. Sorry. The campaign for change is becoming a public policy issue. 14 states have now proposed laws to limit screen time in every school, according to Ballotpedia. And then, as I mentioned, in the affluent Philadelphia suburb of Lower Merion, parents launched a petition campaign for the right to opt their children out of digital devices during school, citing questions about EdTech's benefits. The district has said that opting out is not possible, quote, if there's really no evidence that it helps, and in fact, there's evidence that it's harmful, what are we doing? Test scores are at their lowest point, said Alex Bird Becker, one of the founders of the group Pennsylvania Unplugged. So a little plug for PA Unplugged. You know, I've gone on the tangent before, and I think, we're all at this point. I mean, Dawn, you still have kids in school, college. My kids are in middle school. Greg, you have a kid that's what, kindergarten, preschool?
Mm-hmm.
Kindergarten, preschool?
Yeah.
Kindergarten. So, I mean, we're all experiencing this at different levels, and we know that it's a fact that ever since the Department of Education was created by Jimmy Carter in '79, the more money that's been pumped into the Department of Education and the more political the teachers' unions have become, our schools and our test scores have gone to crap. Dawn, you had in your news about how Philadelphia is now up to 60 schools, and I think we're probably still, 2.5, 3 weeks away from schools letting out, where they don't have HVAC units. They don't have air conditioning. So why can't we, like if I was running the world of education.
Ranning the world.
Ranning. Did I say, why do you sound so distant?
Because I have that.
Yeah.
So if I was in charge of all of the
Move it closer to your mouth.
Yeah,
baby. Put it up to your lips. I would literally, if I was a king or a dictator, like people claim that Trump is, I would look at test scores and I would sit there and I would say, okay, what now? I get it. Like these schools, they get a deal from Dell or HP. Oh, if you buy 300 laptops, you're going to save X on per laptop. But just do a basic cost analysis of what it costs to publish and buy books, the old textbooks back in the day, versus a Chromebook or a MacBook or a laptop or whatever. And even if it's like, a wash, well, what about whatever happened to like paperback workbooks? Remember you would get a workbook that you could actually write in? Like until college, you weren't allowed to actually write in a hardback book or highlight it because you had to give it back at the end of the year and the next kid would get it for a cycle of years or whatever. Or what about printout packets? Can't we do something to just get people's faces out of a digital device? It's clearly not working. Now, I'm not sitting here saying we need to go back to the Stone Age. I'm not saying we need to reintroduce cursive handwriting and all this other stuff. Some of this stuff really, truly is antiquated. But Dawn, if the data is out there that MacBooks and laptops and Chromebooks have not increased scores across any subject, math, reading, English, history, science, you name it, what the hell are we doing with these things? And why do they need to have them? You can only put so many guardrails on them, right? Yeah. Like if a kid wants to find a way around a loophole and download a social media app or something like that, and they're sitting in the back corner of Mr. Smith's class and they've got the thing muted, they could probably cheat the system, right?
Yeah, and there's all this research that is emerging that the parents, that really is tangible evidence for the parents who are witnessing this. And so maybe they're not researchers and they don't have the science behind it, but they're, you're a parent, you're seeing the effect on your own kids. But there's all this research that say all this screen time, all these devices are making children depressed, and supersizing a situation where we already have the mental health crisis going on with young people, with children and teens and young adults, and also contributing to the rise in obesity. And so a lack of sleep as well. So all of this evidence is coming out, scientific evidence. That's something that's bolstering the claims of the parents who are saying, I'm seeing this with my kids. So why do you have them on a screen all day? Mm-hmm. And what are the teachers there for? Yeah. If you're paying teachers, right, especially in the suburbs,
teach
6 figures,
lecture, right? Whatever happened to? I'm going to sound very old when I say this.
Yes.
Whatever happened to the old projector and a PowerPoint presentation?
But here's the thing, though. I understand what you're saying, and you know how I feel about all of this. But we also can't handicap kids to not be prepared for the future.
Well, I'm not saying we don't have computer class or tech ed.
Yeah, but it's not computer class like when we were younger. Like computer class was like an elective, or it's like it was a thing that we did, and like, hey, let's type on this.
Microsoft Word.
This is all these kids are going to use in any job, or most jobs that they take. So they can't be ill prepared for that. That's why we also can't shield them from, and this is going to sound really interesting coming from me, but we also can't shield them from social media and the internet because unfortunately it's the world they live in. It's the world we live in. So we have to prepare them for that, and we have to. So I understand what you guys are saying because I think that there's way too much screen time to begin with. But we also can't pretend like it's not the world that we live in. Yeah, now. I mean, it's not 1991 anymore. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm not saying get away from the laptop or the device completely. I'm saying like you don't need to have the internet. You don't need to have social media. I mean, you could.
Yeah, you don't need social media in school. Right. Absolutely not.
Like let's say a class is 50 minutes. Okay, I'm gonna give you this lesson for 25 minutes, and then we're gonna see how well you retain what I taught you. And then by going into your Chromebook, you're going to load up the school-approved portal. You're going to log in, and you're going to take a 15-question test to see how well you retain today's lesson. Like, I'm good with that. But, like, everything just being like this for 9 straight hours where you're just staring into your screen. Oh, my God.
Well, we need to, when we were in school, when the three of us were in school, our brains were wired differently than the kids are now. And our brains have been rewired, unfortunately, since we left school because of smartphones and the internet.
Oh, yeah.
What I think that the teachers should be teaching, you're right, is critical thinking, memorization. Because here's the problem, and we're all guilty of this. Now, we don't need to remember anything because we have a phone in our pocket that has a Google that can look it up for us. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? So we don't retain anything. I think the act of retaining information is so important, and it's so critical, and it's so good for your development that we should be teaching that. We should be teachers should be teaching kids how to remember something and then write it, put it in your brain for memory
and put it to use in the real world.
100%.
Yeah. I will say the one last thing on the education front, and this is definitely going to sound like old man get off my lawn like back in my day, but I swear to God I don't ever recall this. Maybe in college or senior year of high school, the amount of times my girls are allowed to go back and take a test. And I have very intelligent, like my girls are in like almost the highest level, not like advanced placement, but like the one right below that. I don't even know if they have like an AP level at 6th grade, but they're able to go back and correct answers that they got wrong and get a new grade on tests.
Oh, that stinks.
Like whatever happened to it?
Isn't that learning though? I think isn't that
sure, but you shouldn't change your score.
When you're a 6th grader.
I mean. So
if that's part of the process,
like Mia got an 89 on something. I forget what the subject was. I wasn't really paying attention. And she was like, "Yeah, I got a chance to do it again, and I got a 98." And I looked at my wife. I'm like, and it wasn't just a one-off. Like Olivia has said it. I'm like, so you can basically go back and correct your work and get a better grade? I'm like, first of all, you better get the better grade because if you come back again, you still got it wrong. Now I'm really going to be mad. But like. Whatever happened to the red pen? You got an 86. You got an 86. You want to do extra credit? You want to try to do something for your final exam that's worth 25% of your overall score? But you got an 86. You should have studied harder, right?
But first of all, middle school is, hello. This is full disclosure. Middle schools are just review years.
It really
basically, that's all it is.
You're right. They told us that last year at orientation in August.
So
what does that mean? Review?
Yeah, they're just
to see see where you are from K through 5, and it's like a stepping stone.
Yep. It's all because we have an incredible homeschool group in this area and in Pennsylvania in general.
Yeah.
And some homeschooling moms had told me that they're like, middle school, like you might as well homeschool because it's all review years anyway.
And my girls are at WIS. I mean,
which is a good.
Forget the
very
politics.
Good
it's a good district for education.
Yes.
And I'm blown away by this. I'm like, I just feel like you're handicapping them.
You're not, though, because it's middle school and because they're preparing them. But they need to tell the kids it's middle school, so we're preparing you for the future.
In what job can you
Honey,
honestly?
They're 6th graders.
Yeah, but still,
they're 6th graders.
They're preparing them for life. No. You're preparing them for life. It's not like, oh, you got this question wrong. Go back and try again. Where does that happen? Where does that happen?
I could see it in 2nd grade. But again, remember, middle school, at least for Wissahickon, is 6, 7, and 8.
So
are they going to do that for 3 straight years?
If I would have put this morning show together and it would have failed miserably, I would have been out on my ass faster than you can say.
You're a grown up. And
holy crap! But that's what I'm saying. That's a real world. That's a real world problem. That's a real world consequence for making a wrong decision or a right decision. Like, school should be, this is preparing you for life.
What's the old mantra, or not even mantra, but I guess the rule of thumb? Colleges, your grades officially start to count for your college transcript to get in 9th grade, right?
Actually, 6th grade. They start looking.
Oh.
6th grade is the year that's a very important year.
Well, then that makes me agree with Greg even more here. So now look, I mean, I'm not going to complain about it, but if my girl goes from a B to an A- by a correction, the colleges are going to sit there and be like, oh, she's an A- student. Well, on that test, she was not an A- student. I mean, yes. She got a mulligan, right? If I hit a tee shot out of bounds at a blue belt, the guy I'm playing with is not going to say, you know what, Nick, this is a learning experience. Why don't you just tee that up again? Well, I'll forget that one landed on 202.
Well, so what you're criticizing then is the process by which the teachers do this.
The softness of it.
So if the teachers are saying to the kids, we're going to have a pretest, it sounds to me like they're doing a pretest. It's a pretest, but you will have a chance then to go back and to the class. So you're going to take the pretest, then we'll go over it in class, but then you're going to have another test. If that's what that is, then what you're criticizing is the pathway by which the teachers are doing the material.
Right. Like, I'm not opposed to, okay, quizzes are for 10%, a test is worth 20, midterm is worth 30, final exam is worth 40, whatever. Like, you want to weight things with certain importance. Mm-hmm. Like, I get that. Attendance, homework, all of that. But, the fact that, I can have multiple exams from one teacher in 1 month, and, it was okay. It's the whole grading with a curve concept. Ugh. Now, I benefited from the curve in the past, but it is kind of a nonsensical system if you think about it.
I used to make teachers so upset because I would never pay attention to class. I would
get an A?
Never go to class. I wouldn't get an A. But I would come in and take a test or whatever like that and do fine on it. And yeah, but I'm not I shouldn't have been able to go back and been like, well, I didn't let me try that again. No, I got that B- and I deserve that B- because if I would have actually showed up to class, I probably would have gotten an A, but I didn't. So I know that's an extreme example, but we're handicapping these kids in life.
Yeah,
it's the trophy thing, like where everybody gets a trophy. You know what I mean? It's just, oh God, no.
So how would you teach? Then if you weren't going to give...
This is your grade. This is your grade, okay. And you should have studied more for it.
Yeah. But it sounds... And I don't know. So my kids, the way they did it was they would have a pre-test or like you're saying, a quiz. But I think sometimes they would say, this is a pre-test.
So it did not count regardless of what you got.
What the hell is a pre-test?
Because you're a middle schooler. Because what they're doing is they're preparing you for high school. So what they should be saying is we're teaching you the style by which, because you now were a little kid, you were in grade school, now you're in middle school, so it's like you're in between. So we're preparing you for what it's like in high school, because when you go to high school, you're going to have a big exam. So here's how you study for that exam. And when you take that exam, it's going to take longer. You're going to spend the full hour or whatever doing it. And then that's your grade. These grades matter for college. So if they're preparing them for that, they're saying, we're going to give you, because these kids, it's the first time they've ever taken a real exam,
mm-hmm.
let's say, in 5th and 6th grade, because now then you go to 7th and 8th. That's a whole different step. Now you're getting to be a big kid.
My son gets tested on stuff now. He's in kindergarten. What are we doing? Preparing you? You don't get a quiz or a test until 5th grade or an exam?
That's not what I'm saying, but you have different styles of exams. I agree. And so it's not just a multiple guess. Are these full essays? How do you take an essay exam? How do you write that out? Are you typing it out? There are different kinds of tests.
It's no wonder these kids come out and are not prepared for life because of the school system. It's disgraceful. It's absolutely disgraceful. They can't get jobs because they're not prepared for it. It's because we're 25. We're still preparing for our 30s, and we're 30s. We're still preparing for our 40s. No, you're in school. You take tests. You're quizzed on something. Whatever the lesson is, the end. You're not preparing for anything else. You're preparing for life. Life is a series of quizzes and exams and stuff that's not always fun.
Yes, Greg. But when you're a little kid, like your son,
yes,
your son as a kindergartner does not know what all of the different kinds of exams are. Okay, so you might have an essay, you might have fill in the blank, you might have multiple choice, which some people call multiple guess. So there are all different styles of this. The teachers are teaching all of this material, and the best teachers, in my opinion, will have some essay questions because you want to teach kids how to organize those executive functions.
Thoughts, put together a paragraph.
Right? Executive functions. So in other words, you're going through how to write that out, how to construct these different sentences and make an argument, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's a lot that goes into it. How to teach kids. How would you then teach kids as far as how to script? It's basically scripting that out when you're studying for something.
I should go in and show them a PowerPoint on how I do a big take.
Well, and that's just it, a PowerPoint. So nowadays, a lot of these issues are because kids do understand how to edit and so on.
Yeah.
So a lot of times they'll have them put together a PowerPoint.
Mm-hmm.
And how many grown-ups don't even know how to do that?
Yeah,
so
exactly.
There's a lot that goes into it. If they're spelling this out for kids and it's all part of the lesson plan, I don't have a problem with it. I will say that it's not a good idea if they're just saying, here's your exam, and they think it's an exam, and then the class didn't do well, and they're saying, well, you can take it home as an open book and do corrections so that everybody looks like an A student. That's probably not the way to go. So it kind of depends on what they're doing.
What's on the cut sheet? We will find out coming up next, but right now, Piazza Mazda, because your life has many dimensions, and now there's an SUV engineered to support every single one of them. Our friends from Piazza Mazda are proud to announce the all-new 2026 Mazda CX-5. It is the most spacious CX-5 yet, with more room for both passengers and cargo. You can feel complete control with the 15-inch touchscreen, built-in Google technology, because we're talking about screens, including Maps, Google Assistant, and, of course, all of your favorite apps. Experience the all-new 2026 Mazda CX-5 for yourself at Piazza Mazda of Westchester, right there on Route 202, or in Reading, if you're out there in Berks County. Browse inventory online anytime, piazzamazda.com.
Picking out an engagement ring can be terrifying. You're searching for the ring, but have no idea where to start. Go to Family & Company Jewelers in Marlton. The team, especially JR, makes it easy. No pressure, just real help from someone who cares. They break down diamonds, styles, and what actually matters. Their selection is huge. Every shape, size, and price range. You leave confident, not overwhelmed. When it comes to finding the ring, there's only one place to go. Family & Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. You know I love summer vacation, and the Zioli family, we love Cape May, and we love the Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey, and you will love it too. Book a June midweek stay, and you're going to save big time because you're going to get resort credits back. The longer you stay, the more you save. 3 nights get you $60 a night in resort credits, 5 nights get you $70, and 7 nights get you $80 a night in resort credits, and you can use those resort credits to get food and beverages at Hemingway's Restaurant, the outdoor pool bar, beach concession stand, or the gift shop. Take the family on a whale watching boat cruise. But you got to book direct with them for the best rates and to get your resort credits. So go to grandhotelcapemay.com. And the Grand is also the perfect place to host a wedding or special event. With 4 ballrooms, they have the perfect space to make lifetime memories. But they always sell out for the summer, so make sure you make your reservations today. If you love the outdoor pool, the indoor pool, you'll love it all. grandhotelcapemay.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Summer is here, and that means pool days and patio nights. But is your uneven concrete making your backyard feel more like a construction zone than a vacation spot? Stop worrying about stubbed toes and stumbles. Keystone Guncrete can level your pool deck and patio quickly and cleanly, saving you thousands over the cost of pouring new concrete. We'll have your backyard party ready before your water even gets warm. Head to KeystoneGuncrete.com. Remember, Guncrete is spelled with a K. Mention 1210 and we'll take $50 off your project.
Here's retirement phase expert Joanne Small-Canella with today's report.
We all know the old adage about flying too close to the sun, and recently a struggling shoe company began soaring on the promise of AI. This week's expert report explains why this story indicates a worrisome trend that can badly burn American retirees. Towards the end of March 2026, Allbirds, a failing shoe company, sold its business for $39 million, a gigantic loss compared to its initial valuation of $2 billion. Then, in mid-April, the company announced that it was pivoting into artificial intelligence with new funding to buy computing power and reposition itself in an entirely new industry. Instantly, the stock surged nearly 600% in a single day. But when you look closer, Allbirds has no prior experience in AI technology. There is no definite plan, no pre-existing business model, and no proof that their pivot will work. Allbirds quickly felt the heat as they got closer to the sun. Their stock tumbled 20% the very next day and continued to slide in the weeks that followed. Right now, simply tacking a label like AI to a failing company can swing its stock price upwards, even if the business hasn't caught up to the narrative. And we've seen this type of speculation before. At the height of the dot-com bubble, companies surged on association alone, long before they had the earnings or structure to support it, only to come crashing down. While the technology endured, many of the companies didn't, and investors who chased those failed companies were left behind. The exclusive crash-proof retirement system isn't exposed to market volatility, but provides for the potential for double-digit interest returns that cannot be taken away. To learn more, call 800-722-9728 or visit crashproofretirement.com and schedule a meeting with a licensed retirement phase expert today.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
It is Kayal and Company as we roll along Wednesday morning. Good to have all of you aboard. We will try to get to the cost of dateflation. Generational dateflation. Coming up in the cut sheet if we have any economic stories that I can weave this story into. Also, real quick, a couple of people weighing in on our education story. Our buddy David from South Carolina down in Lexington sent us a picture of his father. His father was a teacher, and he taught calculus in 1985, and he used the old overhead projector. Says he must have done pretty well because he was State Teacher of the Year.
Wow.
In 1985.
Woohoo.
And our buddy Stephen O'Mara, who loves to check in via email, says, Nick, the retest and corrections still occur in high school.
It's ridiculous.
One of the main problems that I see is how that these kids are never actually taught how to study for anything because they are given pre-test or test review constantly. My kids started in the public school system in New Jersey before we pulled them out and put them in private school.
Yeah.
And I'm almost 100% certain that they were never taught how to sign a document or their times tables, but they knew every pronoun and every color of the rainbow.
Can you imagine, too, if you go to this, if you go to a vocational school or a trade school, you know what I mean? Can you imagine them having pre-tests? You know what I mean? Like, you're in wood shop, woodworking. You're learning to be a carpenter or something like that.
This is a practice block.
First, here's your practice block. Try and whittle something into this, and then will be the real test.
If you don't cut your fingers off, we'll do it again, and this time, it's for real.
Here's the saw. Watch your fingers. The end. That's the pre-test.
I got to tell you, I've never
Pussy
been a
generation.
I've never been a handyman by any stretch, so don't get it twisted. But I did love wood shop. I made my mom a wood cutting board.
Aww.
She had, they had this stamper where you could punch the name into the wood. And by the way, you're gonna love this, Greg. My wood shop teacher used to be the manager of the tag team champions, the Nasty Boys. Do you remember the Nasty Boys?
Of course.
In the 80s and 90s?
Wasn't that Jimmy Hart?
It was Jimmy Hart, but it was before they became the Nasty Boys, and they were local, working their way up.
Yeah, they were both from Allentown.
That's correct.
Yeah.
News you can't use.
Yeah.
Let's get to the cut sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Wednesday? Sponsored by Tri-County Auto. Great deals on Toyotas, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram. Stop by both dealerships. Look for the big American flag. Thank you, Tri-County Auto, for sponsoring the ever-important Wednesday edition. Of What's on the cut sheet? Yes, we talked a lot about this yesterday. The protests outside of Delancey Hall, or whatever it is.
Delaney?
Yes. North Jersey.
Newark, New Jersey, ICE facility. We talked about Mikey Sherrill and Andy Kim making it a political stunt, a spectacle, making testicles out of themselves. So apparently last night, it was still happening. Protesters pile up to block ICE cars and ICE agents, smash people with batons, and rush the crowd as cars drive through Delaney Hall Detention Center in Newark, New Jersey. Let's start here with cut 27. This is just a little bit of the melee from last night. Roll this. Look at this. Looks like they're trying to block these ICE agents' cars from leaving. And the agents are trying to get them out of the way. They just run them over.
Somebody just got maced.
Yeah. Pepper spray. I think it's pepper spray.
There's your Billy Club stalker.
Yeah.
You see, he's got the Billy Club out.
Make a line.
Yep. These guys are way too tolerant.
Oh boy.
Look at this. Is it going on in any other detention facilities besides Newark?
Seattle, it's been happening at...
Still going on?
I don't know if it's still going on, but I mean, we've played...
Yep.
I mean, think about everything that happened in Minnesota, right?
Yep.
They're in... I mean, these ICE agents are in riot gear.
Yep, they should be.
Yeah.
People are forming human fences.
Yeah.
Arrest them. You cannot obstruct justice. That is a crime.
What a mess this is. Was this... Dawn, maybe you would know this. Was this the... Did Mikey Sherrill and Andy Kim, did they say everybody were going to be here on this day at this time, or did they just take part in something that was already happening? Do you know? I guess, is this like a state sanctioned or event of these people blocking or protesting at this facility? You know what I mean?
So, and this is just to be clear for everybody, there are two. There's North Jersey, there's Delaney Hall, which is this one.
Yep.
In Newark, New Jersey. There's the other one in the Elizabeth Detention Center in Elizabeth, New Jersey. So there are two. This is the one in North Jersey that they had announced that they would be here. And so in this one, they are being accused by ICE and by DHS of creating this situation, of staging a situation, of claiming that there was some kind of a hunger strike, hunger strike. The DHS officials say it just didn't exist. There was no hunger strike. There was no abuse. That these are these are violent criminals by the hundreds.
Yes.
Who were extracted from New Jersey communities, who are individuals who are not just people who are here illegally, which is the claim, but that these are actual violent criminals, rapists, pedophiles, killers.
So hunger strike, meaning as if the people that are detained are refusing to eat, or the correctional officers are not feeding them.
No,
what does hunger strike mean?
Yeah, and that's just it. That there are humanitarian issues going on, essentially.
Wow. Who cares if they eat or not?
Well,
criminals.
I mean, if they decide not to eat, that's on them, But obviously, you cannot just not feed people that are detained.
No, obviously they're feeding them. Of
course,
they are feeding them. They could all get fired and sued and whatever if they didn't. And but it was a hunger and labor strike. By these hundreds of these so-called migrants, these illegals who are accused of being violent criminals.
Yeah,
and illegal.
Let's play Tom Homan. Tom Homan was on with old Pruneface, Laura Ingraham last night talking about.
Been kind of off the grid.
She's not a prune.
Oh gosh, stone face dope. But Tom Homan vows to force feed ICE detainees on hunger strike. Roll this.
Lord have not. First of all, what a disgrace to this nation. The day we're supposed to honor those who gave all, and they're there disrespecting and attacking those men and women of ICE who strap a gun to their hip every day, go out and protect people they don't even know or never will meet. This is disgraceful, the first part of it. And second of all, look, their message, they have no message. Because I'll say it again. Go to ice.gov and look at ICE's detention standards. The highest detention standards in the industry, better than any state prison, county jail, or federal lockup. Highest detention standards in the industry. Deaths in custody, they're talking about people being mistreated. Deaths in custody in ICE is a fraction of any state prison or federal facility. A fraction. And we deal with people from third world nations who are in bad shape when we get them.
All right, just pause it right
detention
there.
Standards.
So once again, illegals get better benefits than those who have the right to be here, according to Tom Homan. Think about that. Federal ICE detention centers for illegal criminals who have committed violent acts are being treated better than your run-of-the-mill criminal convict in a state or county facility. All right, you can continue that now. Go ahead.
Can I just say one
more? Sorry.
This facility, by the way, this is because it's, I just want to point this out to you. It actually can hold and has 1,000 beds. It has about 300 detainees right now. So this is not something
only a third occupied.
Yes.
Okay.
So there's plenty of room. There are plenty of authorities to run it. And Mikey Sherrill herself, the governor, claimed that, so it's hearsay is my point, family members of the detainees have claimed that they're being fed, quote unquote, spoiled or rotten food.
And if you are
this is hearsay.
Well, and if you're here illegally, I'm just going to assume that your family is not here legally, or you're not even in this country. I don't know what the access to communication is like as far as your rights to place a phone call or whatever. But how the hell would they know? This whole thing doesn't make sense. Not at all. And by the way, I'm reading the story NBC just published yesterday. This is written by NBC News' Daniela Silva. Days of protests outside of a New Jersey immigration detention center, including clashes with federal law enforcement, continued Tuesday as demonstrators and lawmakers allege the facility where detainees waged a hunger strike have inedible food and lack access to medical care.
Please.
I don't care if you like the food. Prison food's not meant to be, whatever you think it is. So what does inedible mean? Wait, like what? I mean, I had an expired bag of party mix a couple of weeks ago. How do you think I feel? Too bad.
All right, keep going.
ICE detention standards, they stand on its own. We spent almost $1 billion when I was ICE director, now it's a while ago, almost $1 billion on health care alone. So they can yell and scream all they want about ICE detention standards, but the highest standards in the nation.
Does Tom Homan have a
to
hoagie
them,
in his mouth?
They're hunger strikes because the conditions inside the facility are terrible. I mean, that just doesn't pass the straight face test. I mean, this is not supposed to be a spa with foot massages and facials, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is a facility, supposed to be a temporary facility to process people out of the country. But the fact of the matter is, they want no one deported, not a violent criminal or not a run-of-the-mill illegal who just crossed the border and, is an economic migrant. They want no one ever deported, period, end of story.
Look, I've done this since 1984. Hunger strikes never work. We're not going to change what we do because someone goes on a hunger strike.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, if it gets bad enough and the physicians feel like they're putting themselves in extreme danger, medical danger, then we'll force feed them. We'll get a court order and force feed them. Hunger strikes do not work. So they can put themselves in a position where they're not eating, but it's not going to cause them to be released. Mm-hmm. We are going to continue to arrest people. We'll continue to detain people. As far as complaining about ICE contract facilities, well, guess what? We're building our own warehouse facilities. We will have federally owned detention facilities by the thousands of beds. So look for the future. And I've said from day one, we need to own more of these facilities when we operate them on federal land, and then that way we're not dealing with all this crap from the local politicians and the state and the governors, because this is a federal facility on federal land. That's the direction we need to go to, and that's the direction we're heading in.
Yeah, it's just like
old stone face over there. Exactly.
And hoagie mouth.
Ugh.
The facility is
stone
operated.
face and hoagie mouth. The new afternoon show.
One I love, the other I don't really care for. No, like I believe Homan. I mean, the guy's been doing it for 42 freaking years. He says, quote, all detainees are provided 3 meals a day, clean water, clothing, bedding, shower, soap, toiletries, and the opportunity to communicate with family and attorneys.
And around-the-clock access to medical care, in-person, virtual legal and family visitation, dental care, and they are operated by the GEO Group. This is a private prison company that contracts with ICE to run these detention facilities.
Can I just say something, too, about Tom Homan? Is that, remember, he was like, didn't Obama give him the Medal of Freedom?
Yeah.
Yes.
He served multiple administrations.
The fact that he's become like this Nazi and a guy who's just sending everybody back. He's like the Gestapo. Obama gave him the Medal of Freedom. Mm-hmm. What are we doing?
Barry loved him.
Well, the point here, I believe, is that
who deported more people? I'm sorry, Dawn. Obama deported more people than Trump.
Yes, he did.
like tenfold.
Facts don't matter, though.
Sorry, Dawn.
No, so I will say this, that this has not been in the headlines as much since Homan took over. When in Minneapolis, it was a huge headline. It was a big story. Then Tom Homan took over. He's a pro. Like you've said, he's worked under multiple administrations and being, a decorated hero basically under Obama. And so to me, this took the issue of ICE out of the headlines somewhat and cooled off that issue. Mm-hmm. This is Mikey Sherrill and Democrats trying to ramp this up.
Yeah.
During now that the primaries are over.
Look at the calendar.
And think about what happened. Mm-hmm. This happened on Memorial Day, which was a disgrace that Mikey Sherrill just staged this whole thing, and Andy Kim as well. But what happened yesterday? Yesterday was the first day of the early voting, because we're coming up on, next week is the primary for New Jersey. Mm-hmm. That's what this was all about, politics.
It's all calculated.
It was right at the day before people are doing their early voting. It was just concocted.
And the fact that the media just runs with the claims without any proof of illegal alien criminal scumbags over a guy like Tom Homan, who has shown he doesn't care if you're a Democrat or a Republican. All he wants to do is get people out of the country that don't belong here. And you're going to sit here and fall for the hunger strike? Oh, it's not up to my standards. I'm not going to eat it. That's like when my daughters roll their eyes and I say, well, here's what we're having for dinner. Mom's making chicken. And they roll their eyes and say, chicken again. And I'm like, yeah, what? You don't like that? The fact that St. Kristen's making chicken? Well, then don't eat. Go hungry. It's up to you.
Kristen.
That's what's for dinner. Chicken and asparagus. If you don't like it, go upstairs and chew your fingers.
Well, everybody is all up in arms because United States Senator Andy Kim was pepper sprayed.
Yes.
Let's start here with the governor that Dawn just mentioned, Mikey Sherrill, is outraged by the pepper spraying of Andy Kim. Roll this.
When you pepper spray a United States senator, you are not working to keep people safe. That's exactly what we're doing in New Jersey, and we can both keep people safe here and make sure they can express their thoughts and values. If that's beyond the capabilities of the federal government, that's just another reason that Delaney Hall needs to close.
Politicians are not above the law.
It's a bold statement by Mickey there.
Mickey Sherrill. Mickey, you're so fine. You're so fine. Hey, Mickey. Yeah, no, I get. Well, I mean, who was the guy that? Remember when we were covering the first wave of all of the ice out stuff in California? I think it was Los Angeles. Who was the sitting politician that stormed into the court and was ultimately yanked back out and handcuffed and claimed that he had his rights violated? Oh God, what was it? Was it Torres?
I don't remember. Yeah.
Yeah. So what? You're a United. What you think? Because you're a senator or a congressman or woman, that you're above, not possibly being accosted by law enforcement? Go pound sand, Andy Kim.
Well, he spoke to Jake Tapper, fake strapper, yesterday on this about being pepper sprayed. Roll 26.
You directly pepper sprayed? Were you directly hit by any pepper spray projectiles? What exactly happened?
Projectiles.
Can you stop it for a second?
I'm a pepper. You're a pepper too.
Projectile. Pepper spray projectile.
What is pepper spray projectile?
Why was he there? Why was he there?
Who, Jake
Exactly.
No,
because he's still collecting a check somehow.
Andy Kim. Why was he protest? Honor veterans. How about that?
I know. On Memorial Day now.
How about veterans who died? How about honoring them?
And so Andy Kim, DHS says Senator Kim was allowed into the facility. And so part of this, that's why they're calling it a stunt, that they planned to go to the facility. It was all part of this big staged thing. I know Mark Wayne Mullen was all over social media commenting on this. A lot of this I did cover in news and then the big three yesterday, but these are the follow-ups to all of this because it continued on.
It did.
I mean, it's
through
incredible.
Yesterday, through last night,
through all night.
Yeah.
And so, but they're just saying that Andy Kim was allowed to go through and that they were allowed access and a tour. And all of this was, there's no hunger strike. There's no, there's no spoiled, rotten food that they're being fed. This is all a lie and it's a political stunt and that it's shameful. That's what all of the officials are saying. That's the response.
And think about this too. Like you have all these, like if you really want to do something for people who may be down on their luck or, like homeless veterans, think about all the homeless veterans that are addicts that are on the streets right now. How about them? How about protesting for them? Like, what are we doing? What are we, I guess this is what the constituents of New Jersey want.
It's amazing.
They voted for Mikey Sherrill. They voted for Andy Kim. This is what they want. Yeah. They're representing the people in New Jersey that voted for them. I guess that's really all there is to it with
New Jersey's lost, man.
Roll this.
You directly pepper sprayed? Were you directly hit by any pepper spray projectiles? What exactly happened?
Yeah. So I tried my best to get between the ICE agents and the crowd as the ICE convoy decided to just go ahead and plow through the crowd, which was just absolutely so dangerous of an action that they were doing.
Get out of the way then.
So I remember, the pepper ball starting to get shot towards my feet and past me. I did not get hit directly by a pepper ball, but certainly between the pepper balls and then the pepper spray that was happening, I certainly had, irritation and burning sensation in my eyes and my throat. But more broadly, this was something that was avoidable. We were trying to find a way to be able to move forward that wasn't going to escalate in this way. But ICE decided that they just had enough and they were going to just move ahead. And I just thought that was an incredibly dangerous action for them to do.
No, you
and
were there.
that continued
Enough of that dope. You were there for a photo op as part of a staged, whole orchestrated, calculated, methodical move. Yep. And you know what? I don't want to hear that. I was trying to be the moderator. I was trying to be the arbitrator. I stepped in between my constituents and ICE and tried to de-escalate. Get the hell out of the way.
But they need, on these scenes, I do think, even though they're outside a federal facility, they need to do either have some kind of, fencing that they have there, that looks like a bike rack, basically, the metal types of fencing around it, or when they have a situation like this, put up that yellow tape. I know it sounds silly, but put up that perimeter, because then you're crossing a line.
Yep.
And so visually, it's hard for the liberal media or the so-called mainstream media, whatever, to make these claims, because you can say this was a perimeter that was set up by law enforcement.
Yep.
And these individuals were violating that perimeter, which was for the safety of all.
I agree. Perimeters matter.
Yep.
Perhaps make them tougher for the media to access. And I think Paul in Deptford's going to go down that path right now. Paul, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, good morning, guys. I hope it's a great day, even though it's raining. My solution is to close the ICE facilities in the blue states. You keep them open for a little while, but transport all the illegal aliens to red states to bump up the numbers for when the 2030 count, because we're not going to remove the 15 to 20 million that are still here within that time frame. So give the red states an extra 3, 4, 5 representatives.
Well, it's a good point. It's a numbers game. It's a crunch against the clock. I agree with you. But I would just make it just more difficult for people to access it. I mean, there are some very secluded areas in blue states. There's plenty of woods and forests in New Jersey. Build them out there where the average congressman or woman doesn't want to go, or the media doesn't want to venture to, as opposed to having them right in the middle of an urban hellhole like Newark, New Jersey. Just make it more difficult, right?
That's a good idea.
Yeah. All right, Paul. Thanks for the call, buddy.
Thanks, guys.
You got it. There he is.
Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, stay local here, did a Politico podcast thing. And it says, when's the last time he saw, this is 23ville, when's the last time he actually saw John Fetterman? There's this growing rift. I mean, it's not growing. It's always been there between John.
It's like his poll numbers; they're not growing.
John Fetterman and Josh Shapiro. They really don't like one another. It all stems back from they were on a board of pardons together for the state of Pennsylvania, where they decided who would get pardoned, right, for the death penalty or something like that, or and they disagreed on something, and they haven't liked each other since. At least that's the reporting by Holly Otterbein and other people who know these areas well. Josh Shapiro was asked about that. Roll this.
When was the last time you saw him in PA at an event?
Pizza party.
Senator Fetterman.
Probably years.
Years, yeah. Like, just elected.
And I'm not saying he hasn't been at one.
Pause that for a second. Is that normal? Is it normal for the governor of a state to have not been in contact with a state senator from that same state for years? Is that normal?
I would say no.
I don't think so.
Right? Like, you would think that they would probably
cross paths on something, right?
Or try and work hand in hand for the people of, Pennsylvania?
Yeah,
right?
Especially when they're both on the pro-Israel side of a controversial topic.
Here's the problem, and this is Fetterman's problem, too. Josh Shapiro has this in spades. But neither of them are concerned about the state of Pennsylvania, because they all have higher aspirations. John Fetterman, you can't get him off of freaking TV. He's on Fox News more than Sean Hannity is. Josh Shapiro could care less about this state. He has political aspirations. So we have a governor and a senator who could care less about the people and the state of Pennsylvania,
and a governor,
because they all have higher aspirations.
Which, by the way, I mean, if you think about it, Shapiro is actually campaigning on two fronts. He wants to be president. He's up for real. I mean, he is with all due respect to Stacey Garrity, she is such an afterthought to him that he already thinks he's got the governor's race in the bag.
Well, he does.
Which he does. But, he's also platforming himself now. I mean, he's doing a Politico pizza party right now.
It's exactly what he's doing.
It's unbelievable.
Yep. Keep going.
Like, just elected.
And I'm not saying he hasn't been at one, but I haven't seen him, and I'm at most.
You get around a bit. Yeah. So he was elected in 22. So you probably last saw him at an event the year after he was elected, 23 here.
Yeah, I mean, I could check if you need a specific date.
But just top of mind, you can't recall seeing him.
I can't.
That's extraordinary, Governor.
I mean, that's a question you should ask him.
I have. I just talked to him a couple weeks ago. You may have noticed. He hasn't come to events with the sitting governor of the state when he's the senior senator of the state.
Again, I think that's more of a question for him than me.
Yeah, well, ask him, bro. Wow.
Well, no, it should be a question for Shapiro too. I mean, that's not an out of line question.
I'm not doubting what you recited via Holly Otterbein. I mean, she's very plugged in with Pennsylvania politics. But over one issue, I mean, they are probably in agreement on 85 or 90% of the issues. There has to be something more than whatever you kind of paraphrased. Over a prison reform? What did you call it?
No, it was Fetterman he was caught on a hot mic. This was like 6 years ago. And they were, let's say 6 years ago, they were on that pardon board.
Yes.
Okay.
And so it was, what was the case? Horton. And so Fetterman wanted to commute the sentences or the sentence. And he called on a hot mic Shapiro and effing a-hole.
Okay, so there had
so there were
it's
some
personal.
tense.
Then.
Yeah, it's
not
personal.
Just
they don't like
it's not
each
just
other.
a political difference. Okay.
They just don't get along. You could tell.
Now this was pre-stroke, correct?
Yeah.
For Fetterman.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes, it
because
was.
it was 2020. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's not a good...
Yeah, because it was a Zoom meeting because it was pandemic. That's why it was caught on the hot mic.
It's not a good thing for our state to have the governor and the senator that won't be in the same room,
but you know what, though? With people. I think they're both on borrowed time because I think they're both drawing politically dead as far as their next step nationally.
Yeah, but I'm just talking. I understand what you're saying, Nick, but I'm talking about like getting stuff done. Like I say this all the time. The elections that matter most to you listening out there are not the president of the United States or even really senators. Right. It's the local. It's the school boards. It's the DAs. It's that
sheriff,
county committee. Like, all of that stuff is way more important. But if you go up one step from that, the governor of our state, the senators of our state, like they need to be on the same, not necessarily on the same page, but we need to think that they're at least working for us. And these two are just, they have higher goals and they don't care.
You're right. But you know what? I don't think the people of Pennsylvania care. I just pulled this up according to WGAL in Lancaster.
Yeah.
The Franklin and Marshall College latest poll, 50% of Pennsylvania voters rate Josh Shapiro as good to excellent, and 44% say fair or below average, consistent with his October 2025 numbers. I mean, he's one of the few governors in a swing state. Forget, DeSantis amongst Republicans is going to pull off the charts in Florida, like we know that. But in a battleground like Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro's over 50%.
I have a friend who is very conservative. And he's a very good friend of mine. And he's very politically astute. He asked me a couple weeks ago, he goes, what do you think of Fetterman? Or of Shapiro. And I'm like, I don't like him. And he goes, yeah, I do. I voted for him. You know what I mean? So I'm not saying, yes, that's a one-off. But I do believe that there are a lot of even Republicans that like Josh Shapiro. And for the life of me, I don't know why.
Yeah, I don't know why either.
I don't know why.
I don't think when you think about it from the national soundbite, clickbait, headline stuff, you never see the outlandish or the outrageous from him. So in a party of kooks, he looks normal.
But he never gets pushed. He never gets pushed on anything.
We've talked about that.
Like, it's just he gets
the media.
He gets this free pass in Pennsylvania to just...
He's protected.
He's way protected. That's why I think his political aspirations on a national level are going to fade really quickly. Because as soon as he's pressed on anything, he's going to fold like a cheap suit.
Yeah.
I think, and I have to wonder, one thing that's looming that I do think Governor Shapiro, and all of our state level politicians should be focused on, and that is PICO. And I have this in news a lot. PICO repeatedly has signaled the warning flags to say we've got a real problem looming as far as an energy crisis because of all of those restrictions that the Trump administration has, pushed for dereg. Shapiro finally did agree to it somewhat, but we've got a grid problem here. They haven't upgraded this grid in like 8+ years. And so then, as I reported yesterday, in Pennsylvania, we have more than 50 of these new AI centers. 50 more are going up, and they are sucking up the power supply. So we have a reliability issue, and we just have a power supply issue. That's why our rates
and the cost issue
are going up. Well, it's supply and demand, right? So the fact that there's too much demand, we have this aging grid. They closed down because of all of the tough regulation with worrying about climate change and green and everything. PECO keeps on saying this. This is a huge problem. It is looming, and nobody's paying attention to this. My PECO bill, it is skyrocketing.
It's insane.
Just wait until you're humming for a month in the summer with the AC nonstop.
No,
I had to tell my girls yesterday. My girls came home from school. Their bestie came over. They went out there. They're Dawn, get ready for this, Dawn. I was literally going to text you. I swear to God, I'm like, Dawn, it's starting. They were laying out sunbathing on the deck, and they kept coming back in for sunblock and suntan stuff. And they left. I'm writing the big take. It's 3:45. The door's open. I said, girls, I do not own PECO. Shut the door. I'm not air conditioning the deck. I felt like my old man. I don't own the electric company. Oh, I can't wait to see what that bill's going to look like. Dawn.
And then wait till he sees a drone and some freaky neighbor that's like looking at the girls.
It's going to be a rough summer, brother.
Oh, boy.
You need me, I'll be on the golf course. Dead drunk.
All right, we have a ton more.
Oh, my God.
So stay there. Do not move.
Yes.
I'm looking at you. Right there. You listening in your car. You watching us on YouTube, don't move.
And you're going to listen to me talk to you about Freedom Care.
Don't move.
Because there's a crisis in home health, and home caregivers are in short supply. Families have been stretched thin, and if you've been searching for Medicaid home care and help near you, well, you don't have to do that anymore. Freedom Care was created specifically for problems like this. 160,000 families have been served. They have a 97% satisfaction rate. That's off the charts. In this day and age, how many people can say, 97% satisfaction in any industry, much less politics? Through Medicaid, Freedom Care lets your family choose a trusted friend or relative as the caregiver. Meals, medicine, bathing, being transported to and from your doctor's appointments. Those start to pile up as you get up there in years. No long wait lists, no rotating strangers, and it's 100% free to you. Freedom Care handles paperwork, training, payroll, and support, so caregivers can focus on caring. If you're already caring for somebody with Medicaid or ready to help, call Freedom Care today to see if you qualify. Don't let the shortage force your loved one to do without the help that they desperately need. Freedom Care. Get paid to care for a loved one. Call 267-459-1601. That's 267-459-1601.
If your ride's out of warranty and something big breaks, it could cost you thousands. Ludacris here. Let me put you on to the auto protection I trust, Endurance. With Endurance, you could never have to pay out of pocket for covered car repairs again. I'm talking about the pricey stuff: drivetrain, transmission, electrical, AC, plus lots more. You pick the certified mechanic and Endurance pays them directly. No middlemen, no runaround. If your car is under 20 years old, you're covered with unlimited miles. Plus added benefits like 24/7 roadside assistance and towing. And your rate won't go up no matter how many claims you file. Listen, saving money is the same as making money. So who's gonna cover your next breakdown? You or Endurance? Right now, pick the plan that's right for you and get a full year of elite benefits. A $2,000 value, free. All backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee.
For your fast free quote, call 800-295-0763. 800-295-0763. 800-295-0763.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at EnduranceWarranty.com.
This is the sound of Jack buzz cutting his way to a small fortune. To Jack, every time he cuts his own hair, that's $50 right in his pocket. If Jack sees DIY buzz cuts as a saving strategy, Wells Fargo is right behind him. And with their mobile app, tracking his savings is easy. Oh, ouch. However you make money work, we can work with that.
Mobile carriers' message and data rates may apply. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Spring cleaning isn't just for your house, it's for your life. If your job is getting old, it's time to clear the clutter and spring into IT. Go to My Computer Career.
My Computer Career helped me get the skills and certifications I needed to start a new life as an IT professional in months, not years.
Earn the certifications that top employers are looking for right now. Visit mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation to see if it's time to spring into IT. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
If clutter is costing you time, fix it right away. Closet Factory designs and installs custom storage for closets, pantries, and home offices. Schedule a free design consultation at closetfactory.com. closetfactory.com.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. Each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hair Volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and newnordicusa.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
From Chester Springs to Clementon, we know your favorite stations, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
It is 8:30, live on a Wednesday morning. Kayal and Company, Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Oh, man. Fight Club in just about 40 minutes. Today in music history, the big three. And the cut sheet continues.
Did you guys see this RFK Jr. snatching 2 black snakes off Dr. Oz's patio?
I did.
I'm not.
What the heck?
I'm not really sure what this guy's.
What's his infatuation with exotic rare animals and just...
I like to eat them.
Yeah, he's got a boar in his trunk, right? Remember the old Central Park story?
So these are black racer snakes? What are racer snakes? And are they poisonous? I guess not.
No, they're like a garden snake.
Kind Dawn would scoop up right away and just discard when she's cutting the lawn.
Well, no, I mean, I would pick them up with a shovel or something. Just chuck it back
I'd scream
in the woods.
like a girl and yell for Kristen.
All right, let's talk to old Fuzzy Throat.
Cheryl Hines.
Look at this. He's a snake wrangler.
So what are they?
In a suit.
Oh, they're biting him.
Yeah.
Well, they were having sex, so
What?
So what were they? They're black snakes.
They're black snakes.
No, they're not moccasins. Huh? They're not moccasins.
now.
She's saying you're nuts.
He is.
Honey, let it go. Oh my God. Jesus, the mouths are huge. Please. Bobby, please. Oh God.
What a psycho.
What a patio.
Oh, yeah, look at that.
That's
Look.
Dr. Oz's patio.
Of course.
Jesus.
He grifted America for years on that stupid TV show he had. So, of course, he can afford that.
Losing elections to stroke victims is very profitable these days.
Of course it is.
Wow.
Of course.
Yeah, Kennedy's just the guy did coke off a toilet seat, so I guess you're not really scared of much in this lifetime.
No.
Not to mention he's carved out of stone. But let me ask you this. Other than when he's working out, and we know he runs and lifts weights in jeans, he's on the Dom Giordano fitness apparel program. Look at that beautiful... Now, is that not perfect conditions for a golf polo and flip-flops?
I mean...
what's he doing in a suit again? It's this suit stuff.
He's probably on official business. I'm going to defend Bobby on this one.
What is he, shopping for fermented vegetables?
I'm sure he's not there hanging out with Dr. Oz. Well, maybe he is.
Looks like he is.
Cheryl Hunn's there. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, look, if you're doing the bump and grind, you don't want to get scooped up either, right? I'd be biting people too.
I would say this about I've had snakes. Sometimes there are black snakes in your yard. You don't want to handle those, so I'll just say that. But it's a little snake that eats mice and things like that, which is a good thing because the mice can carry the hantavirus or whatever.
Right.
So they have they don't have like big. It's not like a cobra or something or a rattlesnake. They don't have big fangs or anything. They have relatively small teeth. They're non-venomous, but they actually do a lot of good. Mm-hmm. So the fact that they're up on his patio, I don't know what was going on, but maybe
feeding.
They were saying that maybe they were mating, but they also might have some mice around. Right. So yeah. I would just say you don't, because if they bite you, then they might lose some teeth or whatever. Plus, what if you have an allergic? I would just say, dude, just get something, scoop them up and put them out. Just put them out in the back, further or whatever. Yeah. Mm-hmm. But those things do a lot lot of good.
Yeah, they do. No doubt.
So,
well, here's the thing too, is that he's eating roadkill. Like he's done coke off toilet seats. Yeah, he's not really afraid of much. No.
Do you ever have an exotic pet? Did you ever have like a snake?
I'm not afraid of them either, but I'm just saying why. I don't know. I would just say that nature, they're there for a reason. There might be some mice around, and you don't want mice near your house. So they're doing some good, is what I'm saying. They're a natural exterminator.
Yeah,
let them do what they do.
We had one in our garage in 2022.
They're not going to bother anybody.
Before I moved back up from Tennessee, I went inside. I was like, Kristen, there's a snake in the garage. I was like, get your tool belt out. Help me out here.
Oh, God.
Scared to death.
Oh, you're a wimp.
Oh, dude, I literally had goosebumps.
Oh, God.
I don't
what is wrong with you?
I can't do snakes.
Ugh.
I can't do massive bugs.
Oh, for God's sake.
Sharks, forget it.
I would have done what Bobby did and gone over and picked it up, but I would have done what Dawn said, and because my wife would have been scared S-less.
No, that's me.
But I would have gotten rid of it. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
What's wrong with you?
I would have called
What's the point of being a man if you can't at least do that?
I would have called a professional.
No.
A professional?
What?
Yep. Rodent remover, snake catcher.
No, you don't. Unless you really, unless you don't know what it is, but you can even take a picture of it, and with Google or whatever, it'll tell you whether or not it's something bad.
I knew in Nashville we had that. Is it the garden, whatever it is? The
Any
snake?
Garden snake, they're harmless.
Snake. And we had a professional come because we couldn't find him, but we could see that he was shedding skin. So Kristen at the time posted on the community Facebook page, does anybody have any experience with removing snakes?
But Dawn's correct. Like they're good for your property. Mm-hmm. They're going to eat rodents.
Yeah. I just don't want him to get in the house. That's the thing.
Well, what's going to happen if he gets in the house?
Well, A, it's going to scare me.
Oh, for God's sake.
B, it's going to scare the girls.
Josh, giant bug. Yeah, Josh is correct. Giant bugs, really? You're afraid of bugs?
I'm not afraid of them. They make me squirm.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
But in Pennsylvania, just so there is a black, it's called a timber rattlesnake.
Oh, sure.
So just be careful. They're not usually around here and whatever, but you got to be be careful.
I killed a big stink bug yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Any man points. I blasted him with the bottom of my flip
He's
flop,
macho.
and I made sure he was dead. I spiked him extra hard. Out of my house.
Most critters are they're harmless and they're going to do a lot of good. So I'm just against, like my brother would do something like he just did, but I am like Cheryl Hines, like just put it down, let it be.
Yeah.
You know.
You ever kill a praying mantis?
Oh my gosh, no.
I know it's like a crime,
no.
right?
Yeah, you've never. They actually do so much good.
Dawn's a bug expert.
I know. I love bugs.
You're embarrassing, Kayal.
I agree.
He's like my husband. My husband went down to the basement and we have those. They're as big as your hand, but they're wolf spider. They're harmless, but they'll kill other other bad bugs. And so I had this one was like she had the babies on her back, and I photographed. It was like amazing, but I didn't tell usually he never even goes down there. So one day he went down there. He thought he was going to be helpful, and he's like runs upstairs. He's like, oh my God, there's this big spider. And I said, you didn't hurt her, did you? And he's like, what? I'm like, just don't do the laundry. Just leave her alone.
I've been wigged out by bugs ever since I read the story that the average human eats in their sleep a couple hundred bugs a year.
They're tiny. They're tiny. They're not going to bother.
EKZ says Nick needs to apply for a trans card because he's lost his man card.
Hey, look.
They're not going to bother. It's nature.
If it's profitable and that's my next grift, I'll do it.
Wow, what a weirdo you are.
You're not wigged out by the fact that we eat bugs in our sleep?
No.
No.
They're not going to bother.
Interesting. You won't put cream in your coffee, but you're not concerned about eating bugs in your sleep.
Boomer Mafia says Greg is afraid of boomers, but not big bugs.
That's funny.
I like big bugs, and I cannot lie.
Well, a CNN. Well, actually, let's talk about this one here. This is a CNN medical expert. He diagnosed Trump. He's not Trump's doctor, but he's diagnosed Trump with severe daytime somnolence.
Was that conking out from boredom?
I guess.
Now I'm being ripped on X.
You should be.
Snow Bunny gal, really?
Yeah, she's 100% right.
You made your wife get the snake?
Yeah.
Do you even know how to change a tire?
Nope.
No. I don't know how to change my oil. I can barely actually get the hood up to put the windshield wiper fluid in. That's a process. Pinch my finger. But anyway, I didn't mean to sidetrack that issue.
Do you take bubble baths too?
No, but I do love a good.
My husband does.
I do love a good hot shower with some body wash.
Your husband takes bubble baths?
Mm-hmm. Lair Bear.
I think Larry and I ought to have a man's convention.
Oh God, yeah. Of what not
Capricorns.
Of what not to do. Man, bubble baths, really?
Yeah. I've actually made the pivot to.
Does he like candles, Dawn?
No.
Hey man, there's nothing wrong with relaxation.
Yeah, it's good for you.
You know, I've had pedicures and manicures, hot stone massage, the suction cup massage to pull the toxins up to your skin.
Suction cup.
I'm so embarrassed I hired you.
Love it. Feels great.
Weirdo.
Imagine Larry and I in a bubble bath together. It's like the skit from SNL with Danny DeVito and Mike Myers. Bath time with Simon. Jimmy, find that jingle. SNL 1992. Danny DeVito, Mike Myers. When SNL was funny and not political.
Phil, say what you just said on the chat.
What?
Yeah, what I said on the chat was, remember, Nick naps.
That's exactly correct. Exactly correct. It all starts with the nap.
A nap.
God.
I'll take a nap. Larry can pour a nap. Larry can pour the water.
It's a slippery slope.
Oh my God. Yeah. A 2.5 hour nap.
Bubble Bath Podcast.
Wow.
Larry and I chopping up the issues of the day. Larry stays in his corner of the tub. I stay in my corner.
So weird. You're a weirdo. All right, this CNN medical expert was getting ripped for, as well he should, for going on CNN and diagnosing the president when he's not actually his doctor. Isn't that like, I heard, before last weekend, before the autopsy came out. Well, not the autopsy, but the family of Kyle Busch came out, right?
Yep.
And said what he had died from. And I had heard medical experts on all kinds of podcasts and cable news shows, and all of them, every single one of them says, well, I'm not his doctor, so I'm just, this is what this sounds like to me. This is what this sounds like. Now, could it be this? Yes, of course, but I'm not his doctor. They all said that. This dickhead gets on CNN and just pontificates about a problem with the president that he's never looked at or diagnosed.
Well, it's Trump. You're allowed to do that. Everybody else is off limits.
Roll this.
The president has severe daytime somnolence. He falls.
Hang on a second. So this is Dr. Jonathan Reiner. Dr. Jonathan Reiner, he's the CNN medical analyst.
Also looks like Alfred Hitchcock.
I don't know how you get that job, becoming the CNN medical analyst. But he's going to diagnose the president.
Well, it's the same way Sanjay Gupta can talk about airborne respiratory illnesses as a back doctor.
The president has severe daytime somnolence. He falls asleep very often. He's fallen asleep in the Oval Office on multiple occasions with people talking to him in the cabinet room, and was concerned yesterday that he might have fallen asleep at Arlington National Cemetery during Memorial Day observances. And chronic insomnia is a severe illness. It can result in an increase in the risk of dementia, decrease in cognitive effects in older people. It's equivalent to about increasing your age by about 3.5 years. It increases your cardiac risk of having a heart attack or developing congestive heart failure, and it can produce a decline in your sort of mental functions, like it could increase depression.
I'm having somnolence just listening.
It's a real problem, and the president appears to struggle to stay awake during the day. And I'd like to hear what the White House has done to evaluate why the president has this increased daytime somnolence and what they're doing to improve that.
Well, I mean, I will say this. We know, and this is self-admitted, but obviously you can see the evidence for yourself on Truth Social. The guy doesn't sleep much, and he's constantly going, and he's up at 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning posting a thought on Stephen Colbert. And he's up early. I think Dawn has said he only sleeps 4 to 5 hours a night. So is it possible that he is falling asleep in these moments? Yeah, it's possible. But it's also, when you think about how much we see him and how much we hear him, and you look at if you want to do like a ratio of how much camera and mic time does Trump get versus how many times he's fallen asleep. Now compare that to Biden, who would go days without being seen. And we knew his schedule ended at 4 o'clock each day for the most part. Anybody trying to draw and make this apples to apples is way off. But yeah, I do think he probably has moments where he's ready for a cat nap. How could you not? You're 80.
Well, not even. I would say, look at his day, and some of those were those cabinet meetings. Go for 3 hours, and you look over at him,
and you can only hear people kiss your ass so many times.
But some of those, it's like I'd probably shut my eyes if I've been up early and you've been in all these meetings all day, and then you're in this warm room where you're there in those comfy leather chairs like the ones we sat on at Bucks County Traders. They have those same chairs on Air Force One. That like light brown leather, they were like butter.
Well, you know what they're doing.
And you're in that comfy chair, and it's warm. You've been in all these meetings now, and it's a 3-hour meeting, and they're going on and on and on. You see him kind of close his eyes for a second. I probably would too.
We have these brand manager meetings every Thursday, and half the time I want to fall asleep too. It's like, oh, tell us what you did on B101 this week. I don't care what you did on B101 this week. I have work to do. I probably shouldn't have said that.
That's what's going through my mind.
I probably need to learn to censor myself a little better. But to that point, you guys know
he's kidding.
I'm not one to shy away from critical opinions on anything. But this hubbub about Trump falling asleep on stuff is ridiculous.
Oh, his ankles
absolutely
are
ridiculous.
A little swollen, and he's got a bruise. The same media that told you everything that you're seeing about Biden is deep fakes and cheap fakes are trying to make Trump out to be Biden from a cognitive and a physical decline.
Yeah.
And the two are not even close.
Yeah, I agree with you. and the fact that this dumb reporter, or not even a reporter, she's not a reporter, this dumb CNN anchor just sits there.
Kate Baldan.
Just sits there and lets this guy spout off this nonsense without any sort of a disclaimer saying like, well, we don't know that. Like, you're not his doctor. We can't diagnose anybody here on television. You know what I mean? Like, that should be, if any of us would have sat there and done that, like, one of us would have said, well, we don't know because we're not.
Yeah.
Isn't this where taking Ronnie Jackson's results are really the only thing that matters as the technical White House physician for Trump? And Ronnie Jackson, a guy who's been a doctor for both, much like Tom Homan, Obama, and Trump.
Yeah, and look, this is really silly. And to your point about Kate, she's obviously an intelligent person. So the fact, well, it tells me the fact that, she didn't set up this interview. So this is the narrative. She's quiet. I think she's quiet maybe for a reason that the producer or EP set this up. And she's not asking too many questions or even interrupting. It's like, really? Either you're going along with this narrative, but do you realize that this makes you look silly? I mean, here's a guy who, flew to China, had the days-long meetings on a 12-hour ahead time zone, flew back, and then attended, and then went right into the weekend. Think about his schedule and international travel to boot. I mean, it's a vigorous schedule for anybody of any age.
Well,
he's doing more than I am in a day.
Most people are.
He should actually be doing what I'm doing, golfing and napping.
Yes.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem with everybody trying to compare this to Biden is that it's not even this. Like, it's not that Biden was falling asleep. Honestly, like if all Biden was doing was falling asleep in meetings, I would have been like, yeah, it's he's old, and being the president of the United States of America is a tough job that gives you a lot of sleepless nights, or at least I hope it does. The problem with Biden was that he was calling out dead people. Yeah. The problem that Biden was he was shaking imaginary hands. That was the problem with Biden. Yeah. Is Jackie? That we saw it all with our own two eyes, and we heard it. That was the problem with Biden. Not that he was falling asleep.
Mm-hmm. And even initially, maybe people made fun of it, but after a time, you realized, okay, this is not funny. This is almost to the point with Biden. It was almost to the point of elder abuse, quite frankly.
Yeah.
Because it just wasn't funny. It was saying, okay, this, and you can't go by age. You look at Trump, he might live till 100, because of his DNA. Well,
my wife's a Philly girl.
He won't.
I just think...
Well, that would drive Democrats nuts.
He won't.
Guy's like 102 and he's still on Truth Social.
Could be whatever. Could be 90. Could be not. We don't know. But my point is, everybody has a biological age. And it does depend sometimes on the blessing of your DNA. But also, the guy never drank or smoked or did drugs.
But some people also...
4 years.
Some people also quickly
4
die.
Years, I'm giving them done.
When their life ends as far as like their career. Like some people that lose their purpose.
Yep.
Like remember, I mean, there's been a lot of a lot of sports coaches that are so structured and regimented that had their whole day planned every day for 50 years. And then they go into retirement and they don't know what to do. And they just kind of, perish. I could see that being the case with Trump.
No, he could start tomorrow. He could start Trump TV. He could start buy up a network. And
well, if he doesn't hire you to anchor one of the prime spots,
I know,
then
right?
I'm gonna have to jump
Trump
in.
TV.
Be a consultant.
He doesn't need to do any of that.
But he could because he talks about the narrative and so on.
Enough.
What's that?
Nothing.
His family.
Greg,
how's all that crypto treating you there?
No, I.
All that Saudi-backed money.
Don't be all snotty like
he
that.
Doesn't need.
He is snotty.
He doesn't need TV.
Snotty.
He doesn't need TV.
He's snotty stocker
It's not that he needs it. It's that he wants to put
has,
forth a different narrative.
Yeah. Okay. This is my favorite. This is my favorite clip. This is my favorite story. This is a Cleveland realtor who was on. He was trying to do like a video to try and sell this home in the Cleveland area.
He's a James Harden.
So he's on the front porch of the steps, and he's talking. Like, hey, look at this beautiful home here that's for sale, and watch what happens while he's filming this video. Roll this.
This property's a triplex, meaning 3 apartments all under one roof, which I honestly prefer.
Oh my god!
Oh my goodness!
And now we have a price reduction in the property.
This property's a triplex, meaning 3 apartments all under one roof, which I honestly prefer.
So he's sitting out, and it's lovely. It's actually a brick, beautiful, historic, building, several stories. And he's out on the brick front porch there, and it's sunny, and it's really lovely. And man, does he move fast! Just races into the front door.
Voice recognition software has identified the suspect.
A male, possibly white.
Not. Oh my goodness!
Did you what godforsaken language were they speaking?
That was not
before the guns went off.
It was not English.
Is Cleveland a sanctuary city?
It was not
Which
English.
I honestly prefer.
It was not French.
Oh my gosh. That's amazing.
And it really is.
It's
It was not French or Spanish or German or Chinese. What language was that? Oh my goodness.
We have a triplex here. Each are 600 square feet, and they go for $1,300 a month.
Honestly,
to change his pants.
Honestly, it's just like Philly.
It really is.
It's just
Philly. If you didn't say Cleveland,
100%.
I could totally see that being
100%.
North Philadelphia.
All right, we have more on the other side. Don't switch that dial. Don't change that. Don't, as Biden says.
That's right.
Don't change that dial. Don't switch that dial. Don't turn off YouTube. I'm telling you right now.
But do check out Bucks County Estate Traders, where you can transform any living space this summer, indoor or outdoors, because the Memorial Day sales event, it is still in full swing. But you only have 4 days left. May 31st, it expires. No matter your style, you will find beautiful pieces for every room in your home. I was able to cap off my deck with a beautiful 2-seat bistro table, chairs, and an umbrella. And now the patio is complete, and it looks incredible. And the savings are even more incredible. Not only will you get 20 to 50% off store-wide now for the next 4 days through May 31st, but also if you are able to take the furniture home yourself and you don't require delivery, you can also say, I want the additional discount. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or stop by the huge showroom in Hatfield. And as always, make sure you tell them Nick sent you.
For decades, Morgan & Morgan has represented hundreds of thousands of people at their hour of need. Injuries on the job, car crashes, medical malpractice, and nursing home abuse, Social Security claims, dangerous drugs, and dangerous products. We became America's largest injury firm for a reason, and no firm is even close. Then we got to thinking, what if we could prevent these terrible events before they occurred? So we built the AI-powered People Protector. Simply visit peopleprotector.com and type in the product you have questions about before you buy it. Children's toys and accessories, cars, drugs, products, you name it, we got it. With our success, we decided to pay it forward for all of America. Our way of saying thank you for your trust all these years. Morgan & Morgan, protecting America. And if you've already been injured, just visit us at forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, 2005 Market Street, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
In Philadelphia, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 80 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Philadelphia. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Hey, it's Rich Ziola. You know my friends at Bob's Little Sports Shop. The entire team is fantastic. Family owned and operated for more than 60 years, helping us find the perfect firearm, learning how to use it safely and effectively. Bob's will help you every step of the way, even through the permit application process. They have hands-on training with certified NRA instructors and range safety officers to help you. Ladies, you got to sign up for one of their last women's events for the summer. It's coming up Sunday, June 7th, starting at 2 p.m. The event is perfect for beginners or experienced shooters. No firearms ID card, no experience needed. Visit bobslittlesportshop.com to sign up for Bob's all-female shoot, but you gotta sign up because this event will fill up. And guys, it's the perfect place to get gear, ammo, and of course the absolute best selection of firearms anywhere with the best people. Bob'sLittleSportShop.com. This ad sponsored by Bob's Little Sports Shop.
The Memorial Day sales event is going on now at Tri-County Toyota. Take advantage of special savings across our lineup, like a new 2026 Toyota Tacoma with 2.99% APR financing. And ask about our veteran specials. It's our way of saying thank you to those who served. Visit us at 15 D&L Drive in Royersford or online at TriCountyToyota.com. With approved credit. Final price includes $4.90 doc fee. Expires June 1st, 2026.
If you're struggling to hear conversations, TV, or the people you love, now there's an easier, more affordable solution without spending thousands. Audion Hearing makes high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98 with free shipping and dedicated one-on-one support in the comfort of your own home. No doctor's offices, no pressure. Clearer hearing delivered right to your door. Join over 1 million happy customers hearing life more clearly. Visit audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds, and you can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. That's ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
We are Nancy and Robert Harding, and we became Crash Proof in 2018.
In 2022, we sold our home of 34 years. And we moved into an apartment because we weren't really sure where we were going to land. We took all the money of that sale of that house and put it in crash-proof retirement, which was a smart thing to do. That money has grown. And now, when I realize I'm not an apartment person, we're starting to look for a home. Even though home prices have gone up, we're going to be able to buy a home that's going to meet our needs because we have more money now than we did when we sold our home.
That will allow us to achieve the things we like in terms of entertainment, having family over, and Crash Proof has enabled us to be able to make that jump when we desire to do it. The money is available.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Downingtown Country Club on Tuesday, June 16th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Success is picking up extra shifts for your family. Now you want to be the boss. Success is getting your foot in the door. Now you want to take the next step. Success looks different to everyone, and University of Maryland Global Campus can help you reach your goals. And there's never been a better time to get started on your future. No application fee if you apply by June 1st. As an accredited state university, UMGC has been transforming lives for over 75 years. With more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, online and hybrid courses, personalized support, financial resources, and lifetime career services, achieving your dreams is more possible than ever before. Choose the program that's right for your career goals and get started on your next success. No application fee if you apply by June 1st. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Welcome back in, fourth and final hour, 9 o'clock. It's Kayal and Company here on a Wednesday morning where if you're listing properties in the digital world, be careful for ensuing gunfire. Cut sheet rolls on. Fight Club 9 minutes from now. Coming up later this hour. Today in music history and Dawn Stensland's Big Three.
New York City Mayor Zoran Mondani unveils a plan to transfer ownership from landlords to the, quote, community. Boy, this sounds like, well, we all know what this sounds like. Roll this.
When necessary, we will take aggressive legal action to remove negligent owners and property managers. And for buildings that have suffered chronic neglect, We will work to transfer ownership to responsible stewards. Stewards that include community land trusts, nonprofits, or even the tenants themselves.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Well, let's see your aggressive legal strategy. Now, look, are there slumlords out there? Absolutely. But good luck being the first test case. I would love to see them try to go after somebody that's actually somewhat of a good landlord where they have no legal standing. Can you imagine the publicity for that landlord to be the first target of Mamdani's property repossession movement? Oh, man, as somebody that would own land, I would love that. You imagine, especially if you're one of these people that didn't vote for him, that has a lot of assets in New York, that just couldn't pack up and move because they have a lot of business ventures. Dare I even say a Republican and a Trump supporter? Let them go after somebody like that. Oh, the headlines would be glorious because they would fail. I mean, it would be unbelievably difficult. I mean, we're not talking about getting compensation for a tenant or going to, small claims court. We're talking about taking home ownership from somebody that presumably has multiple properties and then giving them to the government.
Well, first of all, it would be tied up in the courts for years.
My God.
Years.
It's nothing but it's a hollow threat.
Yeah. So it's the lawyers always win, clogging up the courts, but but they buy it. And think about that crowd. Nobody in that crowd just can critically think.
None.
Wait, 2028 you guys are going to see. You guys are going to see what I've been saying for the last 6 months here. Yeah. You guys are going to see.
Well, even if
see what
these elections go the way you think they'll go, it doesn't mean you're going to get what these people claim they will give you.
Right. So fine. What are you going to do? So you're going to say that a building that went in because somebody wasn't able to collect rents, like here in Philadelphia, they put a moratorium on collecting rent during COVID and whatnot. And so they're going to say, wait a minute. So they're going to take all this to court. You're talking about like 5 to 10 years in court and getting clogged up in the courts. And by then, Mamdani's out. So nothing is going to change with these. I mean, it's really crazy.
And forget the entry level pushback of socialism has failed everywhere, which most people are aware of if you've ever paid attention to anything in your life. Forget about you're not really going to get free stuff as far as campaign rhetoric goes. I mean, I want to just see what a cost of living expense looks like in a Seattle or a New York after 1 year with a socialist mayor. You know, everybody talks about GDP and inflation and what the economy looks like under the president. But if you're a Republican, and this is where I think strategy matters, all you need to do, if you're running against one of these socialist nutbags in a place where maybe a Republican thinks that they can remotely compete, just throw up a graphic of, okay, here was the cost of living before Mamdani or Katie Wilson. Here's the cost of living now. And if it's not favorable for the socialist, that should be your message right there. It's a ruse. It's a scam. It's like, all those ads that you hear of, I'm going to get you out of this with IRS tax relief and you're going to pay. It's a lie. That's what socialism is. It's a lie. It's a late night infomercial. I'm not saying that they're not going to win elections.
I'm not saying they're not.
But I'm saying proving the results of this is actually better for the everyman. It's not, because it doesn't work. And then when you do have things like city-controlled grocery stores, they go out of business in 6 months. They run out of product. Anything the government touches fails.
91 LSX says, I think DJT could take New York City in November, dawn in the spring of 2024.
No, but look, what I'm pointing out with Mamdani is that he knows.
You did think that.
He knows, Mamdani knows how to, what?
Your prediction of New York being in play for Trump.
You did think that Trump could take New York City in
It's fine. We all have bad takes. I've been wrong a million times.
Of course not. You don't remember. Of course not.
What, when he was president?
No. When he was running for office.
Oh, okay.
Everyone and Republicans were thinking, New York City's in play for Trump.
So because he held a big event at Madison Square Garden, was that it? Yeah. I'll have to look back at what I said. But anyway, I don't remember ever saying that.
It's okay to be wrong. It's not wrong with it.
I just don't remember saying it, so I have to look back at the context.
I thought
anyway,
Oz was going to be Fetterman. How did I do on that one?
Do you disagree, Greg, that these people are not critically thinking?
Oh,
no.
Okay. Oh, my Lord. You guys mistake me saying AOC is going to be the nominee and win in 2028 for me hoping that she is. I don't hope it. I'm just reading the tea leaves and seeing where the country's going. And where the country's going ain't in a great place. Because you know what? The economy ain't in a great place. So what happens when the economy ain't in a great place? These grifters that promise all kinds of free stuff, they win. They win. Because the American people are dopes. Thank you.
I think it's isn't, by the way.
What?
Not ain't.
Yeah. Thank you. I did it for effect. Unlike you.
Oh, no, I do it because I have CTE.
Okay, sure.
I might. When I die.
Here we go.
When I die, I'm gonna have it because I know I'll be going before Kristen. I want my brain studied. I want to be tested for it.
Let's stick with New York City here for a second. The public schools after 1 year of a phone ban. Okay, so New York City did a phone ban. This is something we talk a lot about in schools. New York City public schools after 1 year of phone ban, and the results are in. Roll this.
Good. Cell phones during school days have been banned in New York City public schools for a year now, and the verdict is in. They very much have worked. I spoke to teachers across the city, and they all said that their students just feel normal again. One of the major reports that I heard is that students are just talking to each other in free time, in the hallways, at lunch. It's no longer a sea of people with their heads down in a device. One teacher of 12 years told me that she saw something that she had never seen before. Students actually playing a card game in the hallway.
Wow.
They're also just actually engaging with classroom material and lectures and lessons from teachers. One teacher also noted that kids are no longer disappearing into the bathroom for long periods of time, probably on their devices. But the bottom line, I think, was that kids now have to socialize. They can no longer hide behind their phones if they feel anxious about talking to one another. They actually have to ask questions and face the real world rather than a screen.
Okay. I mean, I could see the mental health improving. I could certainly see social skills increasing and improving. What about the grades? Do we have any, academic proof that, the average score went up 10 points or 4 points or whatever it might be? That I would like to see. That I have fingers crossed and I hope for. But I think it's a step in the right direction. Get these kids off the devices. Get them off. They don't need that. We just talked about it in the 7 o'clock hour with all of education being through a tablet.
I understand what you're saying, dude, but is it any worse than us? Is it any worse than our generation or the boomers?
But what did we have?
No. I mean now. You look at. I say this all the time. I went to an event with my son last week, and they're out there performing. I look, in the audience with all the parents. Every single one of them is staring at their phone. Well, yeah, nobody's paying attention to the kids.
Kids will always have short attention spans and be distracted and want to have something that entertains them as opposed to staying focused on what they're supposed to be focused on. But the proof is out there. I mean, if you just look at the average test score in this country over the course of 46 plus years, it just keeps getting worse. So something has to change. When you put more money into a system or a program and the results continue to get worse, it's the sheer definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. Different in radio. If Odyssey was investing all of this money into something and every year that something got worse, what would Odyssey do? They would pull the plug on it, right?
Right.
So, to me, it's the same thing in education. Now, yeah, we had MTV back in the day. We had wrestling. We had whatever.
I'm not talking about back in the day. I'm talking about right now. Is that the kids are mimicking our behavior because
well, that's a parental problem.
What do we do when we sit at home?
Right.
Scrolling our phones. What do you do, Nick, when you're out at your daughter's softball practice? You watching every pitch or are you on your phone?
No, I'm watching every pitch and yelling and being told I'm being too critical.
You're watching every pitch.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
You can ask my wife. She's listening right now, I think. I did not have my phone with me.
Good.
At the game last night.
Good.
I had a mouthful of sunflower seeds.
Oh, God.
Gatorade. Had my cap on. told Olivia move up into the batter's box because the pitches are coming in short and low, so she could step into it and stop swinging like it's a golf club.
Are you the coach, or are you just a?
No, I'm like Don Mattingly. I'm an advisor. Yeah, I'm second in command. By the way, my wife hooting and hollering. I said, you're like both teams are looking at you right now. Like, would you just be quiet, woman? Every single thing. Way to go, girl! Good job. You got this. All right, straighten it out. Oh my God. I'm focused, but I'm very quiet. Other than the fact I'll clap or stand up and make an amazing play. But I mean, she was like a play-by-play broadcaster last night. All right, it's 3-2, 1 out. Plays at second. I was like,
that's adorable.
It's
I put my sunglasses back on to kind of make myself feel invisible.
It's a little annoying, Dawn.
A little bit.
You don't want to hear the parents doing that. You know what I mean? Like let the coach do it, right?
Well, is the coach lame?
Yeah, they're all low energy, so that's why Kristen does it. I'm like, the first baseball coach will tell her to round and go to second if they think she can leg out a double. Not you in the third row. Here, have some seeds. The ranch.
Or she should be like an assistant coach. Why don't they recruit her?
Yeah, they could.
She sounds like she's probably better than the coach.
Oh yeah, she was
low energy.
She was a good softball player.
Yeah, so she should coach or assistant coach.
Yeah, I might coach football this fall.
That'd be awesome. Girls flag football?
No, boys tackle.
Oh,
yeah. But if Olivia wants to play girls flag, which
how are you going to do that?
What, they practice on Wednesday nights and they have games on Saturday mornings. I could do that. Would you rather me be on Twitter?
No,
but I think you'd have more fun.
In fact, I want every single host to get off Twitter. If
every
that's
coach,
at all possible, that would be fabulous.
Every host has to do volunteer coaching this fall. Imagine Dom, Rich, and I coaching a football team.
Nope.
The PHTers.
All right, let's do this.
This is what I've been doing all morning long. It took me almost an hour to edit one cut on a cut sheet, because God forbid if people hear bad words on the air, the world is just going to come to an end, right? Time for a Wednesday edition of Kayal and Company Fight Club, where the comments on the YouTube chat will read like this. Give him a glass of Tito's, Nick. He's out of his mind. He's on a rant like a former afternoon host who had just lost his leather. I need to go to one of your sibling music stations where things are safe. You go right ahead and do that, and we'll do the fight, because fights equal rating.
You got knocked the out,
We are going to knock you out.
I'm not looking for a fight, but if you want one, you came to the right place.
Fight Club on this Wednesday.
Who lost their leather?
Former afternoon show host here. Yeah, there's dark times. There were, you guys forget.
Dark times.
You guys forget what a crap hole this station was until yours truly took over. They took a page out of my book. Thank you very much, Buzz Bissinger. Oh.
There was a world before you.
Oh, Dick Morris. Oh God. The people who ran this radio station should have been locked up in Gitmo for making such terrible decisions. Terrible,
I know everything.
Terrible decisions. The best thing they did was putting me, Rich, and Dawn in the afternoon. That's the best thing they ever did on this radio station.
Best.
Thank you. God, dark times. Oh, this person wrote a book. They could probably do radio. Oh, this person got the 2012 prediction completely wrong. Why doesn't he do radio?
This is Dick Morris, and I was just like.
Oh God, who is listening to that abortion of radio?
Get off.
Ugh. Disgraceful.
Go away.
Disgraceful the management here was. Can you imagine? Ugh.
I feel like I'm in Zelda.
Let's replace Rush Limbaugh with Michael Smerconish. What a great idea. Ugh. All the thing. My book is going to be fantastic, Dawn. It's going to be fantastic.
Yes.
Turn it off. I don't need you or want you.
Thank you. I'm just listening to Billy Joel do Angry Young Man. Okay, today's Fight Club, now that we're 6 minutes late, because I had to go off on a tirade because of Just bad decisions here. Just it's a wonder this radio station is as profitable as it is right now. For all the bad decisions made by bad managers here. Just bad managers.
Get off my YouTube!
Just terrible managers. People who can't do radio. Let's give them that. Anyway, okay. Shafe.
You done? You good? You
Yeah,
good?
I'm sorry.
Anything else?
I apologize for that.
No, what else you got?
Apologize for that.
Some of the best 90 seconds of the day.
Sometimes I just need to let it out. You know what I mean? This is my.
I tell you, when you do go and you erupt and you go Mount Vesuvius, it's not going to be pretty.
This is my therapy.
Wow. I just hope I'm allowed to see it. I just want to be in the facility when it goes down.
All right, this is a submission from Shafe. Shafe, I'm hoping we will see you tomorrow at the FOP Lodge 56 for the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation live broadcast. This is is this inside of
it's a fatso fight.
Locker room?
It could be a school hallway.
School hallway.
Yeah, there's the Pepsi machine.
It's a school hallway.
It's the cafeteria.
Yeah.
It's the school cafeteria.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Hey, while you're there, throw up that like button. Hey, hit that like button. It's free. Just hit that like button right now, okay?
And believe me, when you see all of the extra cellulite jiggling, you will throw up watching this.
Let's roll this.
Now, how do you get to go to school?
Yeah.
Well, you know what? Maybe that's not school.
I mean, it does.
That can't be proper dress code for a school.
She's basically wearing a bikini.
Stop it for a second,
right.
Phil.
It's like a burgundy colored bikini.
Yeah, it's got to be.
Are you allowed to wear those short shorts in school?
There's no shot. No way.
Okay.
Not even at the worst inner city school in the country.
No.
Could you get away with this?
Not that I know.
Right.
The American dream in 2026 is not living near
America.
schools like this. All right, can you, Phil? Can you start this over here?
Oh my goodness.
All right, go.
Oh, you know what it is? It looks like a pizza or cheesesteak eatery.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah.
Could be on a college campus.
Oh man, look at this.
Yeah.
It's like a 4-on-1. There are weaves flying.
Yep.
Somebody's down on the ground. The weave came off. The wig came off.
Uh-oh.
When the hands go up, the weaves go off.
It's amazing that strapless bikini is still in place.
I know. Well, it's hermetically sealed.
Man.
Yeah, when you're 227 and you put yourself into a medium.
Oh my! Look at that! Look at that belly.
Yeah, that's a pizza shop. Yep. Pizza, Gatorade.
Matt Bartlett says a correctional facility waiting room.
Well, that could be it too. Could be outside of juvenile detention. Yeah. There goes the Parmesan cheese. I always love when the grated cheese gets thrown.
Can you imagine, Nick? Like, this is like, you just want to go into an establishment
and grab a slice.
That girl's on the ground too.
Yeah, she's out.
I don't know if she's out, but I just saw her move her legs.
Getting up.
Yeah, now
she's getting up now. Oh, now she's. Now they're taking her back down.
Oh my goodness!
Wow. Boy, this is phenomenal.
What is it with these women?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is grab a slice and go. Look at all the small boxes. You notice that? Yeah. Wow. Yeah.
No Lib says, I certainly wouldn't. Greg, Nick.
No. No, I wouldn't anything. I wouldn't go in there. I wouldn't eat there. I wouldn't any of those chicks. No.
My Lord.
No. Yeah. Oh, there you go. I'm going to guess that's like a campus pizza shop.
The Cron says, no future homeowners in this crowd.
No. No. Those are lifetime renters.
Pat says, where's Andy Kim when you need him?
Yeah. Where are the Democrats breaking up all the violence?
Yeah. And Andy Kim, who, just so happened to bring a big megaphone, because, we all just travel along, wear your suit, your casual walking shoes, and your megaphone.
Right. Like
to
Jimmy
go
Hart.
tour a facility.
Unbelievable.
As if it wasn't planned for Memorial Day.
Yep.
Smiling Brian says, looks like a brood of rhinos going at it.
Yeah. And we're not talking about the Susan Collins rhinos of the world.
Oh, Shafe. That's a good one, my friend.
Yeah, that might be the leader.
YouTube.com.
Remember, short work week this week, so we only have 4 fight clubs.
Well,
so we will not have to omit.
See, Nick, again, the world exists when you're not here.
Did they do Fight Club?
They did a Fight Club
I
on
don't know
Monday.
if they did it or not.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. The world exists when
Well,
you're
we'll
not here.
admit it because we didn't do it.
No, that's not true. That's not true.
Was it good?
My friend, I didn't see it.
Oh.
My friend Sean Ferris, he did a great show.
Oh,
in our
I just didn't
absence.
know if he did all the bells and whistles. Mm-hmm. And maybe he just did 4 hours on the border. I don't know. Or Thomas Massey.
Has he explained why he doesn't like Thomas Massey?
I tried to ask him last week, but he didn't really.
What's up with that?
Yeah.
All right, we have to take a break, but I have a ton more. We're only scratching the surface, so stay there.
Wow.
And by the way, if you're on
Lot of
YouTube,
news.
hit that thumbs up button. Okay, thumbs up. Hit that like button, will you please?
Hit it.
That's right.
Hit it and quit it.
That's right. Kayal and Company, back after this.
In Philadelphia, when property damage hits, there's one name more homeowners and business owners trust than anyone else. Morano's Public Adjustment Group, the #1 public adjuster in Philly. Why? Because they don't work for the insurance company, they work for you, fighting to get you the maximum settlement you deserve. Fire, water, storm damage, even denied or underpaid claims. Morano's knows how to win. Don't settle for less. Call the team Philadelphia trusts most. Visit Morano'sAdjustment.com or call today. Morano's Public Adjustment Group, Philadelphia's #1 public adjuster.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
This is the sound of Claire, cooking dinner at home. And that's the sound of a fraud alert from Wells Fargo, flagging a charge for a pricey restaurant in Paris. Considering Claire isn't in Paris right now, that seemed odd to the bank and to Claire. 2 taps later, Claire says nope to the charge, and Wells Fargo is on the case. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
I finished a 5K in 94th place, right after a man wearing jeans. They still gave me a medal. I don't want a reward for doing, I want a reward for dominating. Like daily prize match on Bet365. I play for free and win real rewards, like up to $5,000 in cash weekly. Unlike that joker in denim. Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically present in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. T's and C's apply.
Chuck McDowell here with Red Pocket Mobile. How long have you been stuck with the same phone plan? 2 years? 5? 10? Are you tired of surprise fees and confusing bills that never match what you thought you were paying? Cut the nonsense.
Right now at redpocket.com, new and existing customers adding a line can get our premium 5G plan for just $5 a month. That's only $60 a year.
And here's the kicker. Red Pocket Mobile gives you access to all 3 5G networks. You pick the one that works best where you live or work, or switch anytime for better coverage. And with Red Pocket, you keep your phone and your number. Why in the world would you not switch? Red Pocket Mobile, your new ultimate cell carrier.
Celebrate Memorial Day with big savings from Red Pocket Mobile. Right now, new and existing customers can get our premium 5G plan for just $5 a month. Just $60 a year and choose from all 3 major 5G networks with one locked-in low price at redpocket.com. That's redpocket.com. redpocket.com.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flourtown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flourtown showrooms, or visit DKappliances.com.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
In Philadelphia, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 80 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Philadelphia. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
See Joe Conklin at Parks Casino with the City Rhythm Orchestra Thursday, June 18th in a Salute to Summer concert. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com! Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Yeah, that is right. iHeartRadio app, the Odyssey app, 1210 AM. Watch us on YouTube. Download the podcast on iTunes, Spotify. Heck, you can even go to 1210WPHT.com and listen there. If you can't get us, you're not trying. But we know that many of you are consuming the show, and we appreciate that.
Last night, CNN's John King stunned by the
Dan Abash's ability to smile for once.
The results for the GOP primary there in Texas. We spent a lot of time in the 7 o'clock hour talking about this, but for you late risers,
where were you?
Thank you, Dawn. It's shameful that you get here at 9:30 in the morning. Shameful. Our day starts.
I'm gonna get mine also.
Our day starts at 6 a.m. and yours should too.
I'm paid to get up at this time. Why are you?
29, Phil. By the way, Cook
political report.
Cook political report now tipping the midterm for Texas towards the Democrats. In Texas.
John King is back at the Magic Wall for us. And John, obviously listening to that speech there, John Cornyn is someone who's been in the U.S. Senate for 24 years as this is coming on the heels of this loss that, it was maybe in March, I think that the president was on the verge of endorsing him. And then his opponent, Ken Paxton, came out and said he'd drop out of the race if the Senate nuked the filibuster and pushed through the SAVE Act, the Save America Act that Trump wants so badly and has caused huge tension between the president and Senate Republicans here in Washington.
And if you look at this map, Caitlin, we've talked about this before. You've talked about it with your smart panels in recent weeks. President Trump is incredibly weak nationally right now. His national poll numbers are down. He's underwater. The Iran war is unpopular. Gas prices are up. However, the president has shown yet again in Texas his power over the Republican base. Senator Cornyn graceful there as he heads for the exits. This is embarrassing for a veteran Republican incumbent. I'm old enough to remember when John Cornyn was a rising star in Texas politics 2.5, 3 decades ago. Tonight, Ken Paxton is getting 63% of the vote, has a 222,000 vote lead. The incumbent Republican senator getting just 37%. Perhaps that changes a little bit as the final votes come in. But thumping, shellacking, call it what you will, 254 counties in the giant state of Texas, more counties than any other state. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 of those counties, John Cornyn is leading in the vote tonight. He is the 4-term Republican incumbent senator.
Well, I guess it's safe to say that other CNN talent and employees do not consume Harry Yenton's data, because Harry Yenton has shown us that Trump's endorsement rate is 95%. And now I actually have the updated number, not just 117 for 117, but by category. Trump endorsed candidates this year in primaries. For the House, 101-0. For the Senate, 9-0. And for governors, 8-0. So it doesn't matter if you're running for the House, the Senate, or to be governor of insert whatever state. It's a perfect score. Why John King, who's supposed to be, the Steve Kornacki of CNN, is surprised by that, to me, is kind of ridiculous. The writing's been on the wall. I mean, the numbers are there. By the way, too, Dawn, just as somebody who's done television, Caitlin Collins, just on The Voice.
Oh boy.
The voice. Forget the snippy, snooty look. And I know she was a pain in the butt to Trump, but she earned her stripes, so to speak, on the White House beat.
Yeah.
But from a voice standpoint, is that primetime worthy on CNN?
Well, so she is obviously, they consider her as a new generation or a different type of anchor. But no, she's not a traditional anchor at all. Her voice, her delivery, and then on top of it, she adopted, if you look at her reporter delivery, it's better when she's out in the field. But if you view her pre-Anderson, because she now they all have that cadence, that CNN Anderson Cooper cadence.
It's like sound as dull and as lifeless as possible.
Yes.
Right?
It's this weird, non-conversational delivery.
They're all the same way. Yeah. Anderson Cooper, Aaron Burnett, Abby Phillip, which, of course, has to be surrounded by a panel of 12. And then even Aaron Burnett, who I think starts the primetime lineup at 7 o'clock.
Who did not used to have that cadence or delivery.
You're right.
It's weird.
Yeah, you're right. It's a hell of a strategy, Cotton.
On June 14th, the UFC will host the UFC Freedom 250 on the south lawn of the White House. I saw an amazing tweet yesterday where they showed a picture of the construction that's going up at the south lawn of the White House, and somebody tweeted out, "This is going to smell like unpaid child care payments and Marlboros." I'm sorry.
No. Oh, why would it? Where does that thought come from somebody?
It's an amazing thought because of the UN. And I'm saying this as a UFC fan.
Why are UFC fans like low class?
Yeah,
are they really?
Sure.
I've never purchased the UFC event, so I've never really noticed the crowd.
They're like WWE fans. You know what I mean?
Okay, so they're basement dwellers. They pick their nose.
No,
eat their boogers.
I kid. Dana White sat down and did an interview with Time Magazine, and he said that he doesn't consider this a political event. Roll this.
Do you not see the White House fight as political? And why not?
Not at all. No. We're watching the fights, and the president looks over at me and says, "We should do a fight at the White House." And I said, yes, I would love that. I'm in. It's going to be a very incredible experience for Americans and people around the world, of like a one-of-one live event and television experience.
Do you not see the White House fight as political? And why not?
Not at all. No.
Why? Why not?
Well, it's on the birthday of America. I mean, it's the 250th birthday of America.
Not really.
What better place to celebrate it than the White House? And the thing that you have to understand about me is I respect whoever is the president of the United States. It isn't about red or blue or politics for me. I'm friends with people on the far left, and I'm friends with people on the far right, and I consider myself right down the middle.
Some folks were surprised there were no women on the card. Can you just explain what happened there?
Yeah, there was supposed to be women on the card. I wanted women on the card. It just didn't work out that way. The only thing I really cared about going into this card was having people that I could depend on being on the card. Fighters that they're going to deal with levels of stress and weird things that they're not used to. For instance, the night of the fight, when they show up, they're going to have to go through crazy security. We're going to be inside rooms in the White House. They're used to going to arenas where they have, rooms that are laid out for them and all that. So you need not only the best fights that you can possibly make because they mean something and they matter in our ecosystem, you also need fighters you can trust that are going to show up and deliver and mentally and emotionally be able to deal with the different atmosphere that they're going to be in that night. And that is the card we built.
I've only ever seen probably 3 or 4 UFC events because I've purchased them, and it was because of wrestlers making the transition, like Brock Lesnar leaving WWE for Combat, CM Punk, things like that. I am so pumped to watch this. I think it's going to be unbelievable. I think the numbers are going to be off the charts.
Yeah.
What is...
How are you guys... just curious, and this is not a criticism to you, Nick, but how, like, you don't know how are you going to know what's a good fight, what's not a good fight?
Well, I mean,
you don't know the fighters. Like, you don't know anything.
No, I don't know anything other than the fact I can tell a good fight when I see it. If it goes the distance, if it's, back and forth and they're both beaten to hell in a bloody. I'm hoping we don't get 17-second tap outs like that Gina Carano Rousey fight that
it's not going to be like that.
We're subjected to last week.
There's very few fights like that.
I just think the backdrop, the venue. So it's going to be what? Paramount Plus, correct?
No, I think they're going to broadcast it on CBS.
Yeah. Oh, right on Channel 3.
Yeah.
Okay. Channel 3 should do a huge number.
Grandpa.
Yeah. Girls don't know numbers anymore. My girls have no idea. Put on 3. What's 3? Put on 6. They have no idea.
Yeah.
Forget call letters. Forget WPVI or KYW.
Yeah.
They have no idea about even numerical channels.
Yep.
Now, what's the official date of the fight? Is it July 4th or June 14th?
June 14th. Yeah, Flag Day.
June 14th. What is
and
that?
President Trump's birthday.
That's that's a Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I wish it was a Saturday. It's going to be in prime time, right? It's going to be at night?
Yeah. These things go late because the cards are usually stacked. You know what I mean? So, like, UFC fights can go till midnight.
Oh, yeah. Well, the main events typically don't get off and run until, 10:45, 11 o'clock?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, it's like boxing.
Now, they might do it early.
Yeah. East Coast
I don't know. Yeah.
on a Sunday night. Like, I get it. If you're in Vegas and it's Saturday night and the fight doesn't start till 12:15, I understand that. But this has got to be earlier. I want to see the first fight off and going at 8:02.
I want to be there.
You want to watch it with me?
No.
No?
I'd love to be there too.
No, I don't want to be there with you.
How about this? Why don't we do a Kayal and Company UFC fight party?
No.
At the White House?
No.
Make money?
No.
Why would we want to do that? why would we ever want to grow revenue? We always come up with reasons to say no, as opposed to let's think about this and maybe there's a yes out there.
Yeah.
What? Yeah.
Yeah. I do things for charity. That's it. These days. We're going to be like NPR soon. Roger Goodell weighed in on remember a couple weeks ago, Trump weighed in on the NFL, and he basically says they make a lot of money. Maybe they can make just a little less money, right? With all the fact that you have to pay $1,000 to, for the season to be able to see all your favorite teams or what. Uh-huh. This is, by the way, getting a lot of bipartisan support. Democrats and Republicans on board with. I don't know what they're planning on doing. You know what I mean? Like, this sounds very not pro-capitalist to me, but I guess some people like it. I think, Nick, you said you were a fan of it.
Yes.
Regulating the amount of money that the NFL can charge to see their games.
I think we're being gouged.
Roger Goodell weighed in on this.
In regards to the talk now about having games on broadcast versus streaming, I understand that when games are on Netflix, they're in the home markets on broadcast TV.
All our games are.
Right. But the Wisconsin Senator, Tammy Baldwin, has mentioned that in her state, Wisconsin, there are a lot of communities that aren't in that Milwaukee, Green Bay TV market, huge Packer fan communities. Mm-hmm. They have to pony up for Netflix to watch their team. So I'm curious, what do you guys think of the bill she proposed and the idea of expanding the broadcast to secondary markets and things like that?
Well, we're incredibly proud of our policies, and they've been incredibly effective, and from a fan standpoint. So I think our games are most available of any games by far from any league. I think 87% plus are on free television, 100% are on in the local markets. So we're very proud of that. We will always look at potentially adjusting them, but I think we've done a great job with that, but we'll continue to try to focus on how we can improve it if there's an opportunity.
NFL, your Justice Department.
There you go.
Oh, he's going to...
Sorry.
My eardrums out. I just fell off the chair. I thought I was like that guy trying to sell a house. Open fire in the studio. To me, here's the thing.
Yeah.
The NFL has become oversaturated. I don't need all of the games in Europe or in South America. Mm-hmm. I don't need games in London. I don't need games in Berlin and Hamburg. And where do the Eagles play the Packers? What was it, Brazil?
They're trying to grow the game, though, dude, nationally. They've tapped out on the American market.
Well, but they've expanded with Netflix, with Peacock, with YouTube, which, I get it. If there's a demand, if there's not a demand, the market will correct itself, and they will walk it back. But you know what? At the end of the day, it doesn't matter who's complaining about it, because you know who controls this? It's actually the players' union. The players have agreed to play an 18-game or a 18-week, 17-game schedule. So as long as the players say, okay, yeah, we'll play more games as long as you pay us more, because don't forget, they're not playing one extra game for free. They're getting a paycheck for that game as well. That we're just going to be left, it's going to be like, here it is, take it or leave it. If you don't want it, don't buy it. I mean, I don't need football now. Thanksgiving Eve, Thanksgiving Day, Black Friday, Saturday and Sunday of Thanksgiving weekend, Christmas Eve, Christmas Day. There's too many football games. It's too much.
How about the fact that
Thursday through Monday, I'm good. Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, I'm out.
The Eagles are playing a home game on Christmas Eve. Kickoff is 8:15. Yeah. Can you on Christmas Eve?
I know.
That's kind of sacrilege, don't you think?
Yes.
I don't like that.
I don't like it. I think it's too much. It dilutes the product, but look, I mean, they get ratings. They're smoking. Sure. They're crushing the NBA on Christmas Day, when the NBA tried to make Christmas Day a Christmas tradition, and most of America was like, nah, we're good. We're opening gifts, going to my in-laws. Sorry.
The big hubbub over the last all weekend and into this week was Giants quarterback Jackson Dart bringing on President Trump. He had the audacity to come on and just say, "Go Big Blue," and now the President 45 and 47 or 40, whatever it is, Donald Trump, and he's being ripped for that. Abdul Carter, one of his teammates, took to Twitter and went after him for that. Well, Joy Behar from The View has decided to get in on the action too. She says that Giants quarterback Jackson Dart meets the definition of stupidity and racist. I didn't realize that we could just openly call people who didn't do anything a racist now on TV.
If you're white, it's fair game.
3.
I don't know what all that was. But some people were not happy with Dart's open political endorsement. I mean, isn't he entitled to his...
It's America.
I mean, he's entitled to his thing.
For somebody to back a guy like Trump, whose history in discrimination and racism goes back to housing discrimination.
Wow. 70s, yes.
In the 70s, DEI attacks, and posting pictures of the Obamas as apes. When he's on a team that's 55% to 60%, the NFL is that many people, that much percentage of black people. Black. That is just the definition of stupidity and racist, in my opinion.
Unbelievable.
So if you actually do a Google AI search and you type in, was Jackson Dart's speech at the Trump event political? ? Here's the answer Google will spit back to you. Remember, this is right-wing, MAGA-centric Google. No, Jackson Dart did not make any policy statements or offer a detailed political speech when he made a surprise appearance at a New York campaign rally on Friday, May 22nd, 2026. Instead, the New York Giants quarterback stuck strictly to a brief introduction to welcome Donald Trump to the stage. So what Jackson Dart said. During his brief appearance at Rockland Community College, Dart focused on energizing the crowd with a Go Big Blue chant and a short, formal introduction for Donald Trump. This is what Stocker just said, praising him as the 45th and 47th president. Following the introduction, Trump praised Dart as a future Hall of Famer. That's still left to be determined. That might be the most controversial thing said there, is that Jackson Dart's a Hall of Famer after 12 games. Just give me a break.
This whole story is such a,
well, it's because the teammate, Abdul Carter, who's black, defensive end, played at Penn State, who was, I think, in Jackson Dart's draft class of 2 years ago, went to social media and said something to the effect of, is this AI? Can't believe this is happening. Or something passive-aggressive. Like, dude, it wasn't AI. It was just your way of trying to shame him for coming out and introducing a president.
Well, your favorite person, former ESPN host Jamel Hill, decided to get in on the action as well. Nick Kayal, this is cut 20.
Politics have always mixed. I mean, they've mixed since the days of George Washington.
He dyed her hair like Trump.
What changed about this narrative of sports and politics not belonging together is when, frankly, black athletes started to show more agency and started to speak more about some of the conditions that people in their community were facing, or even some of the experiences that they had. That's when it became, oh no, don't mix sports and politics. In this particular case, this was an unforced error by Jackson Dart. Again, Donald Trump is historically unpopular. You are the quarterback of the New York Giants. What was the point? What is the upside in appearing at this rally? Now, he has a right to support whoever he wants. But Abdul Carter has a right to criticize his support of that. And a lot of athletes, partly what makes them hesitant about talking about their political beliefs is that they don't want the blowback and they don't want the resistance and how people might feel about it. So yeah, his teammate, who is a Muslim, who is a black man in America, had every right to question him about what that support means, especially when you are considered to be the face of the organization and the sort of default leader of the entire team.
And what you should have done is talk to him privately via a text or a phone call or FaceTime or something like that. And at the end of the day, we don't even know. Forget the ridiculous claims of Joy Behar coming out and saying that somebody's racist and not having to face any legal blowback from making a slanderous comment. You don't even know that Jackson Dart, if I recall correctly, was born and raised in California before he transferred to Mississippi. You don't even know that he's a registered Republican, much less a Trump supporter. Again, who would turn down, well, Jalen Hurts would, Fernando Mendoza would, right?
White House avoider Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, and also Raiders quarterback Fernando Mendoza. Yep. He said, I can't. It's the first day of rookie camp. I'm not going to see my teammates at the White House after winning the national championship. It's the opportunity of a lifetime.
You played the Boomer Esiason clip in your big take earlier this morning, and on some cases, I do agree with Boomer. On others, I don't, because he was very vocal. Boomer Esiason was very vocal in February when people were speaking out during the Olympics against athletes, getting political here.
Kash Patel in the locker room.
He was very against, he was very much against that. But with the Jackson Dart thing, he's fine, and I'm fine with that. And I do agree with Boomer, though, that Abdul Carter, if he had a problem with it, which is his every right to have a problem with it, as a teammate, he should have taken him aside and said, hey, dude, let's talk about this. You know what I mean? Rather than airing it like a bunch of morons on social media. All these people just can't keep their fingers off of social media. They have to get every stupid thought in their dopey heads out there, and they ruin their careers. What a disgraceful thing social media is. It's a disgraceful thing. You're grown men. You're athletes. Get off social media. What are we doing? Just every stupid thought in your empty head doesn't need to go on social media for the world to see what a dumb dickhead you are. We don't need that.
Wow.
I feel better now. Nick, talk to us about it.
Don't be all snotty like that.
Nick, talk to us about Piazza.
I would love to. I've got a lot of dumb thoughts about cars because these vehicles are gorgeous. Infiniti, that's right. I think people down the hall, I said Kathy Romano's got an Infiniti. Everybody's got an Infiniti these days. And the Piazza Auto Group, they give you multiple locations to get one. Ardmore, and of course, the new location in Westchester. Dan Piazza basically said, you know what? I'm taking over Route 202. Damn it, as Dawn said, it's going to be dubbed the Piazza Parkway. Infiniti with a new star player in the lineup, the all-new 2027 QX65. Some would call it the franchise quarterback of the Infiniti brand. This luxury crossover, sporty, smart, and spacious with bold style and dynamic performance. You can take it for a test drive today, and there's more good news because 0% financing for 60 months still available on both the award-winning QX60, which is the third row capable, seating up to 7 SUV, as well as the QX80. We would call those the pass rushers off the edge, the big powerful SUVs. Check them out today at Infiniti Ardmore or Infiniti Westchester, and tell Dan Piazza or any of the other Piazzas or any of the other great sales reps, including our buddy Chris Matthews' nephew, Jimmy Matthews. He's out there as well. Tell him Nick Kayal sent you.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Attention, Pennsylvania, New Jersey home sellers. If you're over 60 and even thinking about selling right now or next year, do not start too late. Sellers are losing thousands before the sign ever goes up. They fix the wrong things, guess on price, and get blindsided at inspection. Learn how to sell smart and protect your equity with me and my great friend Diane Cardano-Casaccio with Cardano Realtors at her free home seller seminar June 9th at the Hilton Garden Inn in Fort Washington. Meet me, enjoy wine and appetizers at 5 p.m. Then the seminar starts at 6 p.m. Should you downsize now or stay put? What about capital gains? How do you declutter 30 years of stuff? What should you fix or not fix? Should you sell as is? And how do you price and market your home to sell fast? All attendees get a free copy of one of Diane's 5 books, your choice. Diane Cardano says RSVP now. 215-576-8666 or go to 215-576-8666.com.
Chuck McDowell here with Red Pocket Mobile. How long have you been stuck with the same phone plan? 2 years? 5? 10? Are you tired of surprise fees and confusing bills that never match what you thought you were paying? Cut the nonsense.
Right now at redpocket.com, new and existing customers adding a line can get our premium 5G plan for just $5 a month. That's only $60 a year.
And here's the kicker. Red Pocket Mobile gives you access to all 3 5G networks. You pick the one that works best where you live or work, or switch anytime for better coverage. And with Red Pocket, you keep your phone and your number. Why in the world would you not switch? Red Pocket Mobile, your new ultimate cell carrier.
Celebrate Memorial Day with big savings from Red Pocket Mobile. Right now, new and existing customers can get our premium 5G plan for just $5 a month. Just $60 a year and choose from all 3 major 5G networks with one locked-in low price at redpocket.com. That's redpocket.com. redpocket.com.
I've been working with the team at Lexus at Cherry Hill for over 10 years now, and they just helped me get into my beautiful new white RX 350. I absolutely love it. It's gorgeous. The ride is smooth and quiet, and the entire experience at Lexus at Cherry Hill is always first class. From sales to finance, they treat you like family, and they make the whole process easy. They are family-owned and operated, veteran-owned, and you can truly feel the difference. If you're thinking about a new car, visit Lexus of Cherry Hill in Mount Laurel or LexusofCherryHill.com.
Best part about Dr. Mike Veneria is that every person who goes there says the same thing. I have a beautiful smile thanks to Dr. Mike. And that's why other dentists and doctors send their patients to Dr. Mike Veneria. He's my family dentist. The Zioli Family Dentist. First discovered by Mama Zioli for our family, and Bridget went there for a beautiful smile upgrade last year. And when it comes to your smile, you go to the guy that the other doctors and dentists send their patients to for the complex stuff. That's what you should do. Get a free dental implant consultation. See, with Dr. Mike Veneria, it's not about cost, it's about care, it's about compassion. That's why he is the best of the best. For over 12 years, other dentists have sent their patients to him for that reason. 2 offices to serve you in Cinnaminson and in Woodbury, right over the bridge. Great people. Your care, your health, your smile, that's his top priority. Make your appointment today. VeneriaDental.com. VeneriaDental.com.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Looking for a great real estate agent? Someone who can help you sell your home fast and for top dollar? Go to ready.com, REDY.com. Because on Ready, agents will pay you just for the opportunity to sell your home. Yeah, on Ready, agents will pay you for your listing. Thousands of dollars up front just for a chance to sell your home. And it's easy. Just go to ready.com, enter your address and when you want to sell. In just 48 hours, the best local agents are competing on Ready to be your agent with cash offers up front just to win your business. Hey, your listing is valuable. Don't give it away. Make those agents earn it. Get paid to pick your real estate agent. Go to ready.com or call 888-525-REDY. 888-525-READY.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. My friends at Bob's Little Sports Shop, they want to help you exercise your Second Amendment rights safely and confidently. Family owned and operated for more than 60 years, they'll help you from the permit application to choosing the right firearm for you. Ladies, sign up now for Bob's all-female shoot. Sunday, June 7th at 2 p.m. No firearms ID card or experience needed. Visit bobslittle.sportshop.com. It's a great event and a great place. This ad sponsored by Bob's Little Sports Shop.
Did you feel that drafty breeze from your windows this winter? Yikes, it was scary cold. But just as scary is that you now know that your windows will let in that hot, humid air all summer. Let PJ Fitzpatrick help reduce your utility bills with custom-made, double-insulated replacement windows. PJ provides peace of mind with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Plus, PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. You can have it all. Visit trustpj.com today for your new windows. That's trustpj.com.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
9:57 as we come down the stretch here on a Wednesday edition of Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. The Dawn Show coming up in just under 3 minutes. Big Three strolling up to the on-deck circle. And now batting.
Cleanup.
An 8-share in your lineup. Number one in your heart.
And on the radio.
Phil Almquist. And what occurred today in music history.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, May 27th, we celebrate the birthdays of Sean Kinney from Alice in Chains, as well as Neil Finn from Split Enz and Crowded House. We also lost Greg Allman in 2017. Signature God Save the Queen by the Sex Pistols in 77. That'll Be the Day by Buddy Holly in 57. And Last Child by Aerosmith in 76. Album that Could Leave a Whisper by Shinedown in 2003. Diamond Star Halos by Def Leppard in 2022. And Sacrifice by Motorhead in 95. Also in 2008, Paul McCartney received an honorary Doctor of Music degree from Yale University. His 11 boys were suspended at a school in England for having Mick Jagger haircuts. In 2006, the Red Hot Chili Peppers were atop the album chart. In 2003, Metallica premiered the video for Saint Anger. In 83, much better, Metallica finished recording Kill 'Em All. And lastly, on this day in 88, the Monsters of Rock tour began, featuring Metallica, Dokken, Kingdom Come, The Scorpions, and Van Halen. I wonder what my Saturday Night Spotlight will be this week. See you tomorrow night, or tomorrow, actually, morning in Jersey.
Yes.
I will be there.
Beautiful.
For Kayal Company.
There he is. A Mick Jagger haircut. That leads to a suspension?
Yep. At 60,
what does a Mick Jagger haircut even look like?
Very short.
Very short.
Unlike you.
Unlike me. All right. Let's go from today in music history to today's Big Three with Dawn Stensland.
It's the Big Three with Dawn Stensland.
Sponsored by D&K Appliances this morning. We do have an update on this officer injured, police officer now recovering after being violently attacked in the line of duty while responding to 911 calls for help. So officials, these are the latest details that we have. Officer Michael Tierney approaching a man connected to a reported domestic situation and burglary. And this happened in Chester. This is Delaware County. The suspect suddenly goes nuts, attacking the officer quite violently. And Officer Tierney, I want to point out, acting professionally, trying to calmly speak with the suspect on the sidewalk before this whole thing erupts into incredible violence. What this officer endured, a brutal beating, a violent beating here. Here is 6ABC for the latest on what happened and the repercussions.
There you go.
This is the moment a man was taken into custody after authorities say he assaulted a Chester police officer this morning.
It was a really scary incident, and it could have been a whole lot worse.
It happened around 10:30 on the 900 block of Meadow Lane. The Delaware County District Attorney says Officer Michael Tierney responded here for a domestic burglary call after the suspect, Lawrence Cruz, had kicked in the door to his girlfriend's home.
Officer Michael Tierney approached the suspect and was completely senselessly attacked. He pounced with closed fists and started punching Officer Tierney about his face. As Officer Tierney pulled out the taser to try to subdue him, there was a struggle. That taser got loose.
Ruse says the suspect then grabbed that taser and whipped Officer Tierney in the head.
He's got lacerations to the head. Looks like he was assaulted.
Chopper 6 capturing evidence markers scattered on the street and what appears to be a piece of clothing covered in blood.
And I've never seen nothing like this before until today.
The officer was rushed to the hospital with cuts to his head, but thankfully is expected to be okay.
It seems as though there, as I indicated, may have been some mental health issues going on. This clearly was not someone that was in their right mind.
The suspect's mother telling Action News that her son had recently been released from the hospital. He
Psychiatric
was taken back there
hospital.
today, but will be charged with aggravated assault on a police officer and burglary. The DA calling this situation preventable.
We could have avoided this. We don't have the facilities. We don't have the wherewithal. We seemingly don't have the will to get to someone with mental health issues before it escalates to this point.
So that was Amanda Pitts, 6ABC, reporting on that. And I will say this about this entire situation. I can't find information as to whether this suspect, we know that he was in a psychiatric hospital. What is does he have a criminal rap sheet? Right. Does he have a criminal record?
Yeah.
And so the DA's answer to this is that it was preventable because this person, what he's saying is he should have continued to be in a hospital. But if this person, obviously there's a domestic history here. I'm trying to find out if there was any kind of a domestic abuse. You know, the girlfriend obviously knew that this guy was violent. So did she go out and make sure that I believe, and I've got one report, I want to just nail that down. Was there a restraining order, against him and that sort of thing with a domestic violence history here? And if so, then why wasn't he locked up and criminally charged?
Right. My guess is more often than not, if you are willing to and able to pistol whip an officer, you probably have had a brush-in with the law before. Just a guess.
So this is a uniformed police officer in a marked vehicle responding in the line of duty to a frantic 911 call where this guy there were 911 calls, neighbors and the girlfriend. This broad daylight, as you can see from the Chopper video if you're watching us. Yep. But this is a situation where God only knows what would have happened to this girlfriend who's frantically calling for help after her front door had just been knocked down because this guy had been let out of a psychiatric hospital.
And God only knows what this guy was capable. I mean, if you're willing to take a taser from the officer, I think it's reasonable to assume that he could have went for the officer's actual pistol.
We need to do something about this. Like these mental patients that we lock up, and then we're like, ooh, they have mental issues and they have mental health, and you lock them up.
And it's on both sides now. It's not only being let out of a correctional facility like a jail or a prison, but it's also being let out of a mental unit.
It's also these communities too. These communities that have no respect for officers, as Dawn mentioned. Like, this was a uniformed police officer coming in there, and I know this guy had mental issues. That's no excuse. It's a systematic issue in communities like this where there's no respect for police officers. Police officers are looked at as the enemy. They're looked at it like an invading force, and stuff like this happens, and you wonder why cops sometimes react in situations, not always the best way. It's because in a split second, their life can be taken out because communities like this look at them like they are like they're evil and they're against them and they're there to harm them. That's why. Yep. That's why. And mental illness, whatever it is or not, it's disgraceful that cops have to endure this going into these neighborhoods.
He's just in the car. What's the point of taking him out? This video obtained by NBC 10 shows multiple Chester police officers on top of a
Look at
suspect now identified by law enforcement officials as Lawrence Cruz.
It was a really scary incident, and it could have been a whole lot worse.
Delaware County District Attorney Tanner Rouse says Cruz attacked Chester officer Michael Tierney around 10:40 this morning near 9th Street and Meadow Lane.
There was no real provocation. Officer Tierney was acting in nothing but a professional manner. He was calm. There was no altercation seemingly forthcoming.
Rouse says,
That's Rouse. But you're the district attorney. So my question is, what are you going to do about it? You're the DA.
Yeah. Going
so
back into
you need
correctional.
Yes.
Like he needs this, forget mental. This guy needs to be in a prison because now he's assaulted an officer.
This guy needs to be 6 feet under, honestly, in my opinion.
So you're saving. So here's the thing, and think of, we learned about Irina, the lovely young lady in Charlotte, North Carolina, and the guy who was, came up behind her, was all captured on video. He was a mental patient who had been in and out of the system. And so at the end of the day, if you keep somebody like this, if you contain them and keep them off the streets, you're also saving that person from themselves, from himself.
Yeah.
Because all you're going to do is get to the point where he murders somebody.
Right. If you're willing to assault an officer, which everybody knows is a no-no, I'm pretty sure you're probably willing to kill the girl too, right? So, again, another preventable death. I thought it was about protecting female rights. What is going on here? Yeah. We just allow women to be knocked around relentlessly, and I got to hear about all these other rights of these fringe communities. What about one of the two genders?
Yeah.
Dopes.
I mean, so as far as this goes, this officer suffering severe head injuries, facial injuries, was badly bleeding. You see the blood all over the scene there, and a concussion.
You wonder why we do what we do for police officers, and thank God that nothing happened fatally to this officer. But you wonder why we're doing what we're doing tomorrow. What Nick and Dawn and I are doing in July for the bike ride, and 30 of our listeners are doing, and thousands of others. Why we're going to do what we do in June. Why we care about the families behind the Bad Children's Foundation. It's because of this. It's because of stuff like this. Like that video that Dan played of all of those officers trying to cuff. Yeah. Cuff
How many did it take? Three or four?
Yeah, it looks like there's four right there. Can you?
Big men.
Heaven forbid, one of these officers slipped and did something wrong in that. We would have to hear that in the media for days, for weeks, about how these officers look at.
He was just chilling in the car. What's the point of taking him out? This video.
Look at the way they're treating him. Yeah. This guy could have killed that officer. They didn't do it hard enough, in my opinion.
And I appreciate that the DA is recognizing that the officer who was badly injured, as well as the others, acted, totally they were acting professionally and to their training. But I think that's a piece of this, that these officers now have been, essentially handcuffed, if you will, browbeaten by society after defund the police. Oh, the new training, and get out your taser and make sure that it's all about the suspect and thinking about their rights. And so as far as this goes, it's really a reason I think that we have a recruitment issue as well, because I feel like police don't feel like people back the blue. We do back the blue. We do appreciate you. And for this officer, obviously prayers for him. Thankful that for his family, he is able to go home. But to your point, think about that. 4 grown men it took to take down this one guy, to cuff him.
Oh, but Dawn,
what was unleashed on this one officer.
But Dawn, he has mental problems. We need to we need to feel sorry for him. We need to give him treatment.
My God.
Long needle. Short
Stop.
Padded room. Big nap.
Long nap. Yeah. Short needle. Yeah.
We'll get the correct terminology
tomorrow with our Sean might be in the
tomorrow.
Sean I believe is in the air right now, flying from Nashville, Tennessee to Philadelphia, PA. He loves Philly so much.
Yes. Don't catch Ebola.
He said to me, he goes, you know, you guys are the only show I would come to Philly for. I said, yes, I know that. I know that.
It's a sin. So we do have other warnings to tell you about. We'll take you to Bucks County. We've talked about this with all the different car thefts and car thieves becoming more and more clever. So in this one, this is Bensalem police, in this case, suburban police, and they've now included a video of a car theft. This is a new warning, the latest warning from suburban police to car owners. And here's the thing. This is not a carjacking. The car alarm doesn't even go off. They just silently, how are they getting away with your new vehicle right from your driveway, from your garage? How are they getting away with this?
With the flashers on.
Here is NBC 10's Johnny Archer.
Look at this.
Just before 5 a.m. Saturday morning, thieves crept into Jorge Cervantes' neighborhood in Bensalem and zeroed in on his Dodge Challenger.
Beautiful neighborhood.
Inside the house, Cervantes' son was getting ready for work.
I said, you know what, son? You're late to work. Memorial Day weekend, you stay home, you know? So luckily he did stay home because he would ran into the criminals stealing my car.
Seconds later, surveillance cameras captured the suspects rolling away in Cervantes'
He's a veteran, too.
$55,000 Charger.
There was 3 guys.
Army guy.
You know, they were very professional. They did it quick. 60 seconds, it was gone.
Police say crews like this use relay devices and other high-tech equipment to grab signals from key fobs inside homes, letting them unlock and start vehicles without ever touching the key. Dylan Campagna says the thefts have become impossible to ignore.
I'm not surprised, to be honest, because, you know, a lot of these cars get stolen a lot. So, I mean, you hear it all over the place.
Campagna says he parks near cameras, locks the vehicle, and pays close attention to where he leaves it. He also showed us another trick thieves use to steal some Chargers and Challengers.
They push the lever and then the car's in neutral and they just push it.
Now police urge drivers to move key fobs away from doors and windows, use Faraday pouches to block wireless signals, and consider adding steering wheel locks, GPS trackers, and kill switches. For Cervantes, the theft changed how he thinks about security.
I usually wrap in aluminum foil, put them away when I go down the shore, but this time they got me.
Wow.
So in this one, Honda CRVs, Accords, Civics, those are, I guess, the targeted ones.
Not the HRV, though.
Not my HERV, but the CRVs.
Keep your hands off my HERV.
Keep your hands off my HERV. Not touching my HERV.
Mm-hmm.
But the CRV is what my husband has, the hybrid.
Like, look right there in the video. It looks like he's almost taking the bulb of some of the headlights out. You see him squatting down in the front?
So I guess these are professionals.
Yeah, he's in the front, and then there's a guy in the vehicle putting the vehicle into, I guess, neutral is what the guy said, right?
Crazy.
Can we go back to what that father said? So he encouraged his son, since he was going to be late anyway, hey, he should just stay home.
Sure. Inside the house,
for work,
Cervantes' son was getting ready for work.
I said, you know what, son? You're late to work. Memorial Day weekend, you stay home, you know?
What?
So
does he work for him?
Did stay home because he would ran into
That's what
the
I
criminals.
inferred.
It's a beautiful neighborhood, though.
I infer that he works for him, for the family business.
Okay. You're late, so you stay home?
Yeah.
No, you're late, so you get up a little earlier there, son. I don't know. Sorry. Sorry. I know I'm nitpicky here, but...
So, luckily he did stay home.
Yeah. Luckily, he did stay home.
I inferred he's the boss.
Okay.
He was just saying stay home.
All right. I'm just
like
asking.
He's his boss.
I'm just asking.
Because if like you're the boss and you say work from home, or I'm not sure. What
Yeah, in the
family
event I'm going to be late tomorrow for the remote, I'm just going to stay home.
yeah, Greg would murder us.
Yes, he would.
So we've got all of that going on. I have to get to this story, and I had mentioned it earlier as far as PECO and our rates and the grid crisis here in Pennsylvania. So there's an update on this, and that is as of June 1st, PECO customers in particular here in Pennsylvania, and especially if you receive the default supply, in other words, the PECO supply, which is what I have. So you're going to see an increase to the supply portion of your bill as a result of higher energy and capacity prices, and that's across our region. So I believe, and this is what I was trying to look into, this is a grid issue. So PECO is putting this out. I believe this affects all customers in Pennsylvania, and perhaps anybody who's on the grid. So that could affect New Jersey and Delaware. That's what I'm trying to research. But this is a growing issue that we are seeing here in Pennsylvania. Higher prices as a result of increasing higher demand for energy by customers, and then new energy supplies not coming online fast enough. Why? We have an antiquated grid. Why? Because we have governors in New York and Pennsylvania and Delaware and Maryland who all, remember, they had agreed on shutting down for a time those, the Marcellus shale, that sort of getting natural gas, and talking about going green. And we've talked about this now 8-10 years. Now we, the people, we are paying the price. In addition, we have all of these new centers, the AI centers, the data centers that are popping up. And there are more, there are town hall meetings popping up as well. So we have 50 plus in Pennsylvania, but they want to quickly put up about 50 more. So those are sucking up the energy, even though they claim that, in fact, they have their own little power grid. What they're saying is this is affecting us. So you have it's a twofer, if you will. And this is a result of those climate change, so-called green policies that shut down the grid and closed down all of the so-called traditional and maybe pollutants.
So what can we do to...
Well, if you're a Republican running for office, this should be the crux of your message, right?
This should be all... like Stacey Garrity, who's running for governor, challenging our Governor Josh Shapiro, who's a popular governor by all accounts. This is all Republicans should be talking about on the East Coast.
Yep. It affects everybody.
Yep. It affects no matter who you are, business person, retired person, it doesn't matter. It affects every one of us.
And when groceries are already high and gas is high, the last thing you want is your energy bill to be high.
Yep.
Should be a winning message, but, what do I know?
Prices are going up again. We've seen them. We already pay, as you've heard me say forever, Pennsylvania, we pay on average 45% higher than the majority of the nation. They're going up as of June 1st, next week, and they'll continue to go up. Energy markets, this is about energy markets and the cost. It's just real simple here, supply and demand. We don't have the supply to meet the demand. It's not that demand has gone up. That's not the case. And so for many of you, you may notice you've done everything right. You have made sure that you have all the energy efficient devices, everything.
Windows.
Yeah. New windows, new doors, new roof, all of that stuff.
Yep.
Your, if you have everything on the power, the power saving, devices plugged into that power grid thing. What's it called? The power, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
And then you can turn it off, which makes my husband crazy because then he has to reboot his whole computer. But I do all of that stuff. It doesn't matter.
Every little bit helps, right?
Supposedly, but it's because now PJM sets the electric supply prices through these wholesale markets.
Yep.
The wholesale price has gone up, way up.
Meanwhile, my girls decide to tan on the deck and leave the back door open.
My God.
I had to do the story again.
Oh,
just
my
to
Lord.
trigger.
There's no respect.
And we want to drop off some new, cute bikinis for the girls.
Oh, my Lord. What is wrong with you, Stenson?
on.
We're in the market
my
for
evil-
double X sweatsuits.
This is my evil side.
Oh, my Lord.
Just to trigger him.
It's all right.
You deserve it.
We'll just go windows and fan all summer. I'll let them roast.
Yeah,
Fine
so
by me.
and forgive me if you had said this already, Dawn, but they're saying that June 1st, right? Pico bills are going up for West Penn Power. The average increase is $11.28 on the monthly bill.
Yeah. And that's if you have a studio apartment. Okay.
Pico
now
customers.
You have a house.
Try cooling 3,500 square feet.
Pico customers will increase by about 5%, and PPL customers will see a price increase about 1.5.
Yeah.
So,
not fun.
And it has how you can reduce your electric bill: blinds, appliance use, move air.
Yeah.
Pick your spots.
Yeah.
You should also make sure your HVAC system is in good order, and think about not cooling the rooms you're not in all the time.
Pick your spots.
Yeah, pick your spot.
What, like my dog when he lays spread eagle on the hardwood floor by the vent?
Yeah.
To get some extra airflow?
You're late to work, Memorial Day weekend, you stay home.
Stay home and pick your spots.
Father of the Year there.
Yeah, so like I said, I did say June 1st,
Yes.
but I think it's good to know starting next week. Yeah, Pico sent us a thing, and they said, pro tip, maybe you don't want to run any appliances or the air conditioner or whatever between 2 to 6 p.m. because that's prime time.
Maybe instead
How
of
about that?
Fetterman going on Fox all the
Yeah.
time and Shapiro going on the Politico podcast and everything else, maybe these guys can stay in the state that elected them and they can fix these problems or help fix these problems for everyday ordinary Americans who are going to see their prices increase in 4 days. Just asking for a friend.
Yeah.
Good night, everybody.
This is where Republicans, if I were anybody running for office right now, this is all I'd talk about.
I agree.
Greg is, absolutely right.
Wholeheartedly.
Only because I said it earlier, I'll just do a headline on this. Ebola. I get to say, I call it the Bundy Bugyo.
Bundy.
It's Bundy, though. Bundy Bugyo. But it's the Bundy Bugyo virus strain of Ebola. And it's now, apparently, according to all of these different worldwide health officials, much worse. It's it's at risk now, high risk of becoming the deadliest on record. And that's the warning from multiple groups, including the International Rescue Committee, humanitarian group. The death toll now rising to over 223. But here's the thing. They have about 1,000 confirmed cases, which means, all of they're unconfirmed, but they've confirmed 1,000. This is Africa. So it's DRC, which is Democratic Republic of Congo, and Uganda. And so this is much worse and spreading much faster.
Can we have Dan? Can you grab cut 5 from the cut sheet today? I had this and I never got to it. I'm glad you did.
Yeah. Good morning to you, Mary. It's only been 1 week since the World Health Organization declared Ebola a global public health emergency, and already officials are admitting that this outbreak is spreading faster than they can contain it, which is why several countries now, including the U.S., are tightening their travel restrictions. Americans who are coming in from affected areas can only enter this country through airports here in Atlanta, in Dulles, in Virginia, and also starting today, Bush Airport in Houston. And they're required to undergo enhanced screenings, including temperature checks. Meanwhile, if you're a non-citizen, you're banned from coming into this country at all if you've been into those impacted areas in the last 3 weeks. That's because this virus is raging. Doctors now suspect nearly 900 infections, primarily in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Another 200 people are also suspected to have died from this virus. At least 10 African nations now being warned that they have an elevated transmission risk. With the FIFA World Cup just less than 3 weeks ago, or 3 weeks away rather, fears were growing that the virus could spread beyond just Central Africa, which is why the White House is now warning the Congolese soccer team, which is currently in Belgium, that their players could be denied entry into the U.S. if they return to their home country before the FIFA matches begin here on June 11th. But George,
didn't Harry Mays say to us on the show about 3 weeks ago that when the World Cup comes and you're going to have all these people from third world countries, it's bad enough that we're going to end up with Ebola here, but it could actually intensify because of a sport like soccer. Soccer causing ugly, disgusting people.
That's the most outrageous thing about this, Nick, is the fact that if it comes here,
shut it all down.
It might come from soccer.
Worldwide travel ban. Nobody leave your country.
Soccer.
There was the local connection with, remember, the missionaries who are associated with a missionary group from our suburbs here in Montgomery County.
Yep.
So it's Dr. Peter Stafford. And so we have an update, and this is good news, that he was in the Congo, had treated somebody with this. He contracted it. He and his family, wife and little kids, were over there doing great missionary work. The Staffords are both doctors, but they're in Germany now, and he's doing much better. We did get a health update. Thank God.
That is good news.
Yes,
that is, because I've heard that, like, with this, You know, like the hantavirus is you know something that, but like with Ebola, if Ebola spreads, it's literally game over civilization. You know what I mean? So it's good to see that like people are getting it and you know doing much better from it. But
if you have another mission planned, I just advise you don't go to that country. Just go to Kensington.
Yeah, seriously, do missionary work in America. That's a great point.
Yeah.
I did want to update you because there was speculation on this, and I'll tell you why. Canada and the Bahamas announcing they are temporarily banning residents from those countries, Congo, Uganda, South Sudan, etc., because of this rare, deadly strain, this type of Ebola, the Bundi. So-called virus. But I will tell you that they were doing restrictions in the Bahamas. So then there was speculation, wait a minute, Don Jr.'s wedding was where? In the Bahamas.
Uh-oh.
So was that an area of concern? Is that why Trump didn't go there? You know, they had all of this. But then would that wedding party be affected? Because they were in the Bahamas where previously they allowed the travel. So there was a lot going viral on that. We don't have any evidence that this has traveled to the Bahamas or anything like that. But
what? Oh no! What is
did he put up?
What does he play? I know the Bundy virus. Yeah,
the Bundy virus.
Oh my gosh!
Does he got? Is there audio?
Oh God, I can't wake up!
Thank you, Dan Borowski.
Such a great show. It is a great show.
Oh my goodness!
No, actually, the family credo is Hooters, yum, yum, yum.
Not this again.
Hooters on a girl that's dumb.
Weeknights at 5 on Cozy TV.
Oh, when days were simpler.
Not that I spend my evenings doing that.
And just a basic little story that we always have to every year this time of year because it is the love season of bears. This is the mating season.
We're glad you're home, honey.
Big Bear, chase! Big Bear, chase!
What does he say?
What? Big Bear, chase me!
God, look at Aykroyd's hair.
Yeah. Great Outdoors.
Thank you, Dan.
Such a great movie.
So we do have, speaking of Great Outdoors, but we have a bear sighting, at least one, if not a few, and this is in our area in Bucks County, Tawaменson, and Detweiler Road and Gaiman Road specifically. So the Pennsylvania Game Commission putting out the warning. They are out there hunting, not hunting to harm the bears, but relocate at least one big adult black bear. So should you see the bear, just call 911 or the PA Game Commission. Do not approach the bear, but don't panic either.
Don't be like Bobby Kennedy and try to put it in your trunk.
Yeah, don't do that. That would be very bad.
They're not gonna.
Just chill out.
Yeah. These movies, bears aren't gonna hurt you. They're afraid of you.
Good.
Oh, cocaine
Every
bear.
Once in a while. Yeah, cocaine bear.
The cocaine.
The
cocaine
bear bad.
What a horrible movie this is.
I will be goddamn.
Ate the whole brick.
Let's see what kind of effect that has on me.
He's a great actor, also from The Wire. Remember him?
Yeah. Cocaine bear.
Cocaine bear.
Tawaменson, huh? It was just up that way last night. I didn't see any bears in Bucks County.
Yeah, don't approach bears.
Do not approach.
It's
But don't panic either.
Yeah, they're not gonna hurt you. Black bears are like, they just want food. They're like Yogi. They're looking for picnic baskets.
Frisky.
I'm looking for a picnic basket right now.
Yeah, he's getting a little hungry.
Oh God.
You know, go in the fridge.
You eat before Dawn. The first thing he does when he comes, like, he doesn't prep. Like, the first thing he does when he sits down is
my egg whites.
he eats. He eats. I'm like, to do that at home.
Kristen's getting
We're in the
exotic
What do you do?
with it
And
now.
then he eats during the show, and then just stop eating.
Right.
Stop eating.
It's just, you got to keep your energy levels high. I had egg whites with spinach, tomatoes,
That's healthy.
feta, and a little chopped scallion this morning.
You don't need the feta. Cut out the feta.
Yeah, cut out the feta. It's fattening.
Just a few crumbles for flavoring.
What happened to the blueberries?
I got blackberries right now.
Okay, very healthy.
Jamel Hill said they had to be
You're late
blackberries.
to work, Memorial Day weekend, you stay home.
Thank you, Sam Borowski. Of course, the lovely lawyer who
Uh-oh.
Greg Stocker loves.
I do love her.
The lovely Linda
I haven't.
Kearns is here.
So here's the deal with Linda. I haven't watched the Elvis live concert.
Nor
yet.
have I.
So I promised her I would, and I would give it a fair review. I wouldn't take any cheap shots at the King, and she would give a donation. I haven't done that yet, but I will. And I was nice to her too.
Yes.
I said lawyers are bottom feeding scumbags except for Linda Kearns.
Do you have time to do it tonight and then give a review tomorrow?
I don't have time. I'm very busy. Very busy. Look
busy.
Look at this Elvis. He's sweating profusely. Ooh.
Not sweating.
Look at him.
Elvis.
Okay.
Lonely rivers flow.
Look at how bloated he is.
Aww. Whatever happened to Greg was going to dress up as Elvis? Remember that? You were going to dress up as Elvis.
Nick did,
of course. And we still have that adorable video of you.
I always pay off my
which is like my favorite thing ever.
Yeah.
Well, for the right donation, I said I would. I said I would.
Okay.
And you're right. He is sweating profusely.
Yeah, of course. He was
hot.
He's 40 years old. He's unhealthy.
They did an episode of Married with Children where Al sweated the silhouette of Elvis into one of his undershirts.
Eating peanut butter and Nana sandwiches that his mama made.
Mama. He love his mama.
Oh, God. A weird
What we love about him.
A weird fascination he had.
You know what your punishment should be? If you don't watch this documentary and give a review, you should be forced to be the lone judge for an Elvis impersonation contest.
Oh, God, no.
Can you imagine Stalker sitting there?
I can't do that. No.
Watching 30 different Elvises up there?
Elvi.
Now, would you, okay, so for a donation for somebody, would you wear such Elvis outfit, like maybe not tomorrow because it's too quick, but like the
to
Pennsylvania,
to the next one? I absolutely would. If somebody came, like...
Okay, the
donation has to be right. The
Okay.
donation has to be right. Like I need probably a $2,000 donation.
Wow.
Is that fair?
Okay.
It's a 4-figure minimum.
A $2,000 donation tomorrow at the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation, FOP Lodge 56 live broadcast. If somebody makes a $2,000 donation, yes, I will.
Nice.
I will dress up as Fat Elvis during the next.
No, I was
broadcast.
Fat Elvis. You could be. Thin
you
Elvis.
would be Svelte Elvis.
Svelte Elvis.
Svelte blonde Elvis.
Okay.
But still the blue eyes.
Yes, I'll do that.
I love it.
All right.
You heard it here.
Yep.
There's the promise. Linda Kearns up ahead. We are sponsored. Thank you, D&K Appliances. D&K Appliances, family owned and operated. They offer industry-leading brands like Bosch, GE Profile, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, Sub-Zero, and more. Their staff, they are local experts guiding you right through the sales, delivery, and the installation and service. Just visit them, D&K Appliances in Newtown Square or right by my house, Flowertown. Love them. DKAppliances.com. That's DKAppliances.com. Thank you for sponsoring our Big Three. Dawn Show continues right after this.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Money, sponsored by Ethos.
Office attire is more casual, but you still need to dress for success. You can tailor your job interview attire by looking at pictures of your future coworkers at events and conferences.
When they are dressed a notch above what they would normally wear in the office.
Workplace consultant Rick Cobb says err on the side of being too formal.
I'm much happier telling you you can take it down a notch.
I'm Rob Hart.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected